Hi, guys. Welcome. Thank you for waiting. I appreciate your patience. Um, Give me just one moment as we get everything going. Um, Thanks for coming back. We are going to be playing tonight. You guys are going to be playing tonight the famous Wordle game that we have here. I have to make it fit properly. But you guys have to work as a team to be getting the words together, and I'll be watching that as well. I I'm here. Don't worry, I'll be here. I'm just reading the chat too, catching up. Um, so I don't know these words. It's works this. Okay. Oh, I forgot about the freaking Wordle. Like how to explain it. You're guessing five-letter words. Every guess is horizontal. That's across. When you decide as a group what the next guess is going to be, you use the clues that are given to you by the previous guesses. So, for example, if a square turns out to be green, that means that letter is there and in the right spot. So that should be part of your answer going forward. If it's yellow, that means that the letter is in the word, but it is not in the right place. And so you need to move it around a little bit. If it is gray, then that means that that letter is not in that word and you should not use it again as a guess. There is a um, what is it? A word like the code to type it. But you first things first. You must make sure that you are very live to this game because you don't want to get behind and be guessing the wrong puzzle. First things first. So, um, we Richard's taking charge. Perfect. The thing is, there's no like it's not a big deal, but it's just easier and better if you work together to figure them out. A lot of people have different like this is basically the like that game that you can play once a day on whatever. Is it Times Columnist or not Times Columnist? Cachette, thank you so much. You're so sweet. I appreciate that. And Toby S, thank you so much. I saw that at the last moment. Yeah, the New York Times. My oh yeah should be coming any second.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you again. And thank you. This is my favorite color. So, my lighting has changed. I'm still sitting because that's the way it bees. So, how do we play a word? Whoever is the team leader, I think Richard Harrison has taken on that role right now. He goes and puts in the command, which is I think exclamation mark Wordle, and then the five-letter guess, and then you wait. And honestly, we'll have to see what what the lag is. Sometimes it's great, sometimes it's not. So, um, but it's five letters. Keep that in mind, and also keep in mind I didn't pick the words, so I don't know what it is, but I do keep an eye on it. While we go ahead and do that, I am going to remind you to please hit that like button or the dislike button, whichever you prefer, but that's how we take attendance around here. It's also a real good time for a med check, folks. So if you take medication, that means take a look and see when do I need to? What did I do? All that kind of jazz. Um, and then you can let me know what you had for dinner if you'd like. I love to hear that. I've just made a fresh pot of coffee, which I'm going to bring over to myself and fill up my Bubba cup. Working freaking hard on that. You guys, I really want it. I want a sponsor. Anyways, okay. And what else? Okay, and we're going to do something a little bit different tonight. I'm going to be reading some funny um beefs and bouquets. So Beefs are people are angry, bouquets are people are happy. I look forward to these every week. They've been doing them for years. You can literally watch feuds develop, and then we see the end result in court. I guarantee it. Um, it sounds like a good idea, Richard. Adieu, adieu to you and you and you. For anybody that doesn't know, I'm Canadian and I'm on the West Coast. It's not even quite dark out yet. So it's still early, but we don't sleep shame here. But if you're looking for something to do late at night, this is a good place to start. So Richard has to catch it properly at the right time. I think if you try it again, Richard, I can change the length of time that it allows you to type it in for, but then it takes a long time for it to populate in the system. So you'll have to try it again. Ah, there you go. So you guys, now you have an I in the right spot, an E in the wrong spot, no D, no A, no U. Actually, pretty good. Pretty good. Oh God. Oh God, don't fucking. I don't know if you guys know, but like when you put makeup on, you can't fucking rub your face. Very bothersome. Um, I've looked like a raccoon many times. Okay, I feel funny without court going, but we've watched a lot of court. We can do more court in a bit. But well, remember, guys, there's no D in it, and also that Richard is putting in the guesses. So if you have a guess, put it in the chat, and then remember to think before you guess. Also, you get a lot of points if you get these, less points if you don't. So, anyways, um, give me one moment. Hey, no, Mayor left, right? He got rid of his hiccups? I think he did. Okay, that's totally fine. Um, it's a pretty loyal crew in here right now. Do you guys want to hear one of my absolute favorite motivational things that I go back to quite often just before we start with the reading? And it took a while. I'm just noticing how long that took to come through. But okay, here I will put on the my motivational thing while I grab my coffee, okay? It might be loud. I'm adjusting the volume on my end, but I apologize if it's loud. It's meant to be loud. Actually, wait. I need to see it and hear it too, so I need to find it first before I put it in as like just what am I talking about? Oh, I know where it is. So yes. Okay, here we go.
You
It's gonna be loud. Here we go.
you are the motherfucking shit. You are great. You are magnificent. You can do whatever you want to do in this world. Put your mind to it, put your grind to it, and you can do it.
I listen to that a lot on full volume. You want me to turn it up? Okay, I'll play it one more time because I love it and mean it. But everybody take warning. If you prefer to listen to it quieter, turn it down right now, but I'm going to put it on the full volume, okay? This is for those in the back. You need to hear this too.
You, you are the motherfucking shit. You are great. You are magnificent. You can do whatever you want to do in this world. Put your mind to it, put your grind to it, and you can do it. Get up, get out, get motivated, get inspired, get your motherfucking shine on today because you can. You are number one. I don't know no two or three, but I know you that one. Period. Don't let nobody, nothing distract you from the grind time, prime time. It's your time right now. Do whatever it is you need to do. What you say? You was gonna give up. Bitch, you wasn't finna give nothing up. You was finna keep striving, keep pushing, keep working, and keep doing your shit. You are great. It's nothing but success in your future.
I legitimately play that to myself a lot. Get it, girl. Um, Sometimes you just need to have somebody else yell at you like that. Okay. So let me find the thing that I had before that has now disappeared. Perfect. Oh no, I've had that since like 2017, maybe. I have a few default like things that I listen. No, I I'm not gonna get into the thing. Anyways, the hard the hardest part for me is interpreting one word messages in the chat and going noise. Oh, they're not talking about me, they're guessing. Oh, swine. No, not me, you're guessing. Like it's just so funny because it's just a lot of I've learned to train myself to realize not every comment is even about me. A lot of them are about the case. And so like oftentimes you see something, you're like, what? And then you realize you're like, oh, they're talking about the case, of course, like not even about me at all. But the natural thing is like, oh, I am a pretty positive person. I try. I worked out today, not for as long as I should have, but I worked out. And uh oh yes, bitches, you got it. Noise. Has Nana infiltrated the Wordle? Is that what's happened? So proud of you guys. That's awesome. Good job. I'm writing it down. I've been writing stuff down lately. Oh, first of all, remember the therapy game, the board game that I have? We get to pick a random card from in here and read about it. Let's see here. Oh, remember these are like the weirdest facts. Question. How much of an average person's life is spent sleeping? A, 10 years, B, 15 years, C, 20 years, or D, 25 years? While you guys think about that, Richard, it says the average person. I'll also give you another hint. This is circa 1986. I'm seeing a third of the life, 20 years, 2025. And the answer 86, everyone was on coke. You don't sleep if you're on, I mean, what? The answer was A, not A. A stands for answer. I did that one last. The answer is D, 25 years. 25 years. And that is according to Gleitman Henry, 1986, Psychology, second edition. W. W. Norton and Co., New York, page 79. I cite my sources, bitch. Hi, Raven. Um, I gotta put my little sippy cup lid on. Uh, let's see here. Oh, we were doing that. Okay, I need to dip off for a moment. While I grab something. Yeah, no worries. I'm sort of I'm being that shitty host who like lets you in. I'm like, hey, come on in. I'm so glad to see you. Just occupy yourselves for a couple minutes. I've got this like board game you can play right here. I just have a few last minute things I have to fix up before I'm ready, okay? I'll just leave you guys all here. And of course, I'll leave Larry here too, okay? Will that work? Yeah? Mhm. I'll be right back. You guys can continue playing your Wordle. I would put on music for you, but you know, the amount of time it will take me to find that I'm allowed, you know the struggle. Night, Richard. Thank you so much for all your help and everything. You're an amazing graphic artist. I'm still here. I'm figuring it out. Here we go. This is it. This is the way we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Beefs and Bouquets, a captivating new show that delves into the world of small town pettiness in the charming city of Nanaimo. Nestled on the eastern coast of Vancouver Island, Nanaimo presents a picturesque backdrop for our exploration of the quirky, humorous, and sometimes downright absurd conflicts that arise between neighbors. In this series, we shine a spotlight on the trivial disputes and everyday grievances that can escalate into full blown feuds. But we also celebrate the unexpected acts of kindness and heartwarming gestures that remind us of the power of community. Join us as we navigate the streets of Nanaimo, where property boundaries, unruly pets, and perceived slights fuel neighborhood tensions. Despite the occasional bickering, Nanaimo's residents are also known for their unwavering support and compassion, making this show a delightful mix of drama, humor, and heart. Get ready to witness the small town drama unfold as we explore the colorful tapestry of Nanaimo's pettiness with a healthy dose of laughter and appreciation for the undeniable charm that lies beneath the surface. This is Beefs and Bouquets, where the quirks of small town life in Canada take center stage. I hope you guys like that intro. And I'm not kidding. So, how this works, hold on, I'm going to be popping up here in just a moment. I have to have like 6 screens open. Oh my gosh, why does my mouse not like me today? Seriously. Blow on it, makes it better. Okay. So, give me one sec. Oh, so you guys can start playing Wordle, whoever wants to. I mean, there's only a few of you in here right now, so I mean, it might be good to work as a team, but you could probably play, I don't know. So, hold on one second. Sorry. Who is all still here? Sound off in the chat if you're still here and you get down like that. Um, seriously, I need to figure out like some music in the background that I can play, I think. Raven's here. Avs and Broncos fan is here. Grammy Rita is here. Jody might be here. Jody is here. CRD, I think, is here. Um, maybe Toby's still here. And I'm still here. I promise. I'm coming back. Lisa B is still here. Yeah, the important people are here. All of you are very special to me, and I love you so much. I also love Toby, even if he went to bed. My crazy life is here. I love you too. I love all of you. We're going to do this for a little while. I want you guys to be honest with me. If you think it sucks, tell me that. And we'll switch over and like watch some Manning just to have it going. My life is very odd when I don't have court playing. It's so quiet. Anyways, so yeah, let's think about the Wordle for a second. That's exactly right, Jody. Hi, Tanya. Um, yeah. Seriously, my mouse is sucking. There we go. Okay. Okay. Here we go. As I said, this is Nanaimo. These are people writing into the local newspaper to say these things, okay? So the first couple are going to sound confusing, but as we go through the weeks, it will just literally be like so good. Some of this stuff goes down on for years. Yeah, no worries, Amy. Take your time. I'm still getting everything ready. Is that a duck or a goose or a dog outside my house barking? Um, Streamlabs and I have a hard, weird relationship, sort of like me and YouTube Daddy. All right, I can go on the camera for fuck's sakes. Go on the camera. Oh, that's why I was gonna have these up here. Otherwise, I'm gonna go over there the whole time. Oh my God, I love them already. Seriously, so good. Um, Purse is a good guess. No, blues requires the E to be in that spot, and so that can't be it. Um, ooh, okay. Okay. Okay, so the E is not in that spot. It's going to be either in the middle or the start, and then the U is where it's supposed to be. And honestly, there's nothing wrong with like figuring it. That's why I love word games. Like I think it's fun to figure them out and work together. And my brain loves that kind of stuff. I don't know if it's because of my aphantasia and how I don't have any imagery in my mind. So like I know how to spell a lot of words. I can just when things are misspelled, I see it. It's like an immediate thing. I've had jobs before where I literally got myself into being a copyright like or a like person that double checks things at the end, like an editor or like a copy editor for like marketing departments at most places that I've worked because I'm like, you, yeah. Like I remember one time specifically, there was a product that the owner of my company was selling and it like came in stock into the store that I was managing and I like was putting it away and I was like, am I the only one that notices that there's a big giant spelling error on the front of this? How many of these have been printed? Where have they all been sent? What like it was so concerning to me because I saw it immediately. And I thought to myself, like, how many people did this go through before they fucking printed them all and then packaged them all and then sent them all and nobody fucking read it once? It is my personal like probably one of the things I love most in the world is finding spelling errors in places you should not find spelling errors. And I like all email places. I'll be like, screenshot. Please see the. I'm such a loser. Oh my God. Do you think Streamy could be fucking us on the double S here? Do you think it could be guess with an SS? Oh, abs that Amy, that's oh yeah. Like first of all, when it's business I work for, I just immediately not in a bad way. I never ever want to embarrass anybody or like whatever. I always try and like figure out whose job it is supposed to be to like prove these things and like decide on it and then just like finagle my way in front of them with the product misspell like and just fucking deal with it. And in doing so, I've gotten myself to be the like final approver at many, many jobs. They're like, make sure she reads that first. And the thing is, it's not about always misspelling either, because oftentimes the computer won't pick up a misspelled word if it's the wrong use of the word as well. Like like there, your, you know what I mean? I understand typing in computers and like phones and stuff. There's no judgment from me. Well, there is. It's guess, yes. Um, I'm actually literally the type of person when I read a message from somebody and there's a misspelling word, I'll automatically look at the keyboard or look to see the probability of it being a mistake versus like not knowing. Like I'm my brain is very odd, you guys. I don't know why quite how it works the way it does. That was a great guess. So I have a theory on this Wordle, right? Like you don't have to guess real words and you don't have to like here's the thing. While it's good to utilize the letters that you know, probability wise, wouldn't it be more sensical to use all new letters each guess, regardless if you know or got any of the previous ones? In fact, utilizing the ones that you got so that you remove those from your future guesses and therefore cover more guess ground without wasting them. Do you know what I mean? So, like, even being aware that, yes, I know that these two letters are in the word. Is it sensical to now just guess three letters in the next guess because we are going with those two? Or would it be better to, do you know what I'm saying? Like, I think there's a strategy. I, I've been reading my whole life as long as I can remember. I don't remember learning to read. I don't. And I have no visual imagery in my mind. So there's never been a picture of anything in my head. It's always been odd to me. Oh, that's funny. We're going to talk about that. And then I'm going to do the actual show that I started doing. Hi, also people in court. Hi, friend. I hope you're doing well. You got to send me an email. I'm really bad at responding to email though. So if anybody ever has emailed me or discorded me and I didn't respond to you, it's not because I don't love you or want to. It's because I'm ADD defiance and brain. Um, so like my brain, I never knew I had anything different. I never knew like it I literally sat today and I processed something and realized like it's even hard to put into words to explain to people because I guess for the average person who has a visual imagery system in their mind that they use all the time, that to say there's nothing, you have a hard time comprehending that. But for me, I thought everybody had nothing. I just never thought anybody could see anything in their head because I couldn't. And I was like, I could never comprehend I was that actual different. Then recently finding out I have aphantasia, I've been like trying to figure out, well, how do I figure shit out? And how do I learn? And how do I do all these things? Right. And so I, I've made a list of all these terms that I used to think were just euphemisms or like figures of speech, but they have so many fucking like things. Oh, of course, people in court. Um, you can see things really well. I'm really jealous of you. Okay, so somebody grab that link for people in court and put it for her Discord. I don't even have a Discord because I don't believe I can, like, I have a child. That is a lot. Okay. I, I can't handle a Discord. I can't handle the responsibility. I literally have latched on. I have a spot in mayors. I have a spot in looking at legal stuff. Um, and I can't commit to more than a page because I'm not responsive enough. I work in like giant spurts of things and then not for it's just hard. Anyways, but people in court will get your link to the Discord. Of course you guys should join that. So here's the thing. I never knew that the average person could see shit in their head. For example, the phrase paint a mental picture. Weird. Visualize success. What? Like you're literally thinking of yourself being successful and seeing it. Um, mind's eye, just that alone. See it in your mind. I mean, that one's just straight up. You do have in the head shit or you don't, people in court. Lost in thought, another one that doesn't never made sense to me. A picture's worth 1,000 words. I always thought that was literally referring to pictures. Um, yeah, apparently most people do. I have a friend who, so first of all, Gracie T, who is often in the chat, is a another person who has aphantasia. I literally have heard about this many years ago, didn't even think that it applied to me because I had no comprehension that people had any actual imagery in their mind. The way my mind works and processes things is completely the same with my eyes open or closed. I can see or imagine just as well with my eyes open or closed. It never made sense to me why they'd be like, concentrate, like close your eyes and concentrate. I'd be like, what? Why would that help? And like meditation or visualization exercises, I was always like, um, I never understood the why they didn't say like just picture yourself in a black room because when I close my eyes, it's always black. I don't see ever any images of anything or anybody. If somebody says imagine an apple, my brain's like, what kind of apple are they talking about? Why are they talking about an apple? What should you think about an apple? What apple? Apple? Stupid. Apple, how do you spell apple? Apple. Like my brain's flipping through 1,000 things waiting for the next input to come so that I can possibly do what they're asking me to do. So it's like, why do you need me to imagine an apple? What is your end game so that I can then get there? Because I can't imagine, there's no imagining an apple. If you said describe an apple, I could describe you an apple. I can describe things generally, but I can't, there's no like a ability in my mind to see it if I close my eyes and like think. And so I So, for example, like my daughter, when I think of my daughter, I can bring her to mind. I can see, like right now, I'm sort of remembering her as she was when she was a baby. Um, you know, there's no like, it's a feeling, it's a sort of a general sense of like happiness and love about a person and about things. And that generally is the way that it is whenever I think of things. So, um, I really didn't realize that a lot of people don't have like a stream of consciousness going in their mind all the time, like thoughts and sound, like words. Like that sometimes it's literally quiet. See, for me, it's dark all the time, but there's lots of thoughts going on. There's just nothing visual. So like I'm really bad at art, but I'm exceptional at picking differences out very quickly. And I think that's because my mind has had to develop in the sense of like, you don't get to remember. You have to, or you don't get to recall this picture, which I guess you do. So like homework makes so much sense to me now. Like I never understood like studying. I was always very baffled by that. Like, it, if I'm gonna learn something or remember it, it'll be done either the first time it happens or not. It's not going to stick if I read it again and again. Charles, I'm not ignoring you. I love you. Don't worry about it. You want me to describe our love child? Is her name Olivia? That's a top 10 name though, Charles. We can't use Olivia. No offense to anybody who's Olivia. Um, so interestingly, Amy, like so I was saying I have a friend who is a teacher and she discovered that she also has aphantasia and she now does an exercise with her students where she asks them to visualize things and then at the end when they're done the exercise because the reality is a person like me they have no comprehension that they're different. They're going to do their absolute best. They're going to imagine probably in a different way, but I've always been told I have such a like crazy imagination. People are always like, how do you even think of that? And I realize it's because I'm not restricted at all by visual thoughts. It's completely, people are always like, you're out of the box. You think really outside the box. It's like, I never realized people fucking lived in a box in their head. Like, yeah. So I know. I don't think you're a creep, Charles. I love you. I just think we should figure out a better name for our love child. So here, I guess the one way to look at it is that I can unsee things and not see them again. But I also think of things repetitively or ruminate. Um, that's just part of ADHD, though, which is like you know, thoughts that ruminate in your head. Um, Apples are red and green and yellow, and some have mixed colors. But also, again, like, oh, so the way that, sorry, I'm getting distracted, but the teacher, how she ends up, what she does at the end of the visualization exercise is she, in a non sort of judgy way, instead of sort of assuming, she'll then say, okay, and so who didn't actually see any colors? Or who didn't, and she says usually about 2 to 5% of the class raises their hand, and she's able to identify those kids as the ones that do not have the visual imagery system in their minds. And she actually uses that to teach them slightly differently and to work, you know, with them in ways that do work for them. You have to imagine, like, I failed school constantly. Well, I can see why now. Like to me, it sounds almost like cheating. Like if you look at a piece of paper long enough, you're going to be able to bring that piece of paper back up in your head and look at it again. Like that to me is like, oh, yeah, no wonder people study. It fucking works apparently. I mean, for me, it never did. And yet I can read well and I read stories but there's no picture in my head when I'm reading a book. I read it. And they're always like, how do you read so fast? And I realize I'm like, well, I guess I'm not getting slowed down by the pictures. So the other thing is this. So I'm losing viewers left, right, and center. I don't care. I love you all, and it's okay if you leave if you've had enough. I'm a lot tonight. Um, I feel like people with aphantasia sort of naturally gravitate towards each other because your brain works in a similar way. So a lot of the people in my close periphery that I bring this up to, they have the same thing that I do. And they're like, they don't see pictures in their head. And they literally think I'm actually insane. And it, my daughter sees the pictures and I'm like, she sees the like I sound like a crazy person. I'm like, you see this? They see the pictures, but it's so ubiquitous that like people don't even comprehend that you don't have it. Anyways, it's been a real mind, to be honest with you, in the last little while to deal with like realizing, my brain really functions a lot differently than others. And it's great in some ways, but it's also, no, but like I have no visual imagery at all whatsoever at all. Like all my knowledge is words that I hear in my head, if you can imagine. So like, yeah. And I read like everything. No, I think you mean um like a photographic memory or something like that, I guess. Again, this is not necessarily memory related. I don't have a bad memory. I just have different senses that I use for memories. So I don't have any images of memories. I have very various other things that trigger different thoughts and memories. But my recall of a situation is not ever as good as somebody else that is able to call back that scene visually, I think. Um, oh, Charles, I'm sorry, honey. If I had magic, I would take a wish for you and give you that. Um, what I realized earlier was that I guess some people actually like when they read, let's say an email from somebody, they may have visual images that they see in relation to the words that sort of help them understand the meaning of the words. Is that the thing? Is that what happens? I know. So, and then half the time I'm like, am I just insane? Like, oh, yeah. So then the people that are close to me that don't also see images in their mind think that I'm crazy. And one of them was like, maybe you're just an imagination killer and you like ruin what is imagination for people when you explain it like this. And so you're just personally going and just plucking people's imagination from them when you just break it down so real and they all realize that they can't see shit. I was like, oh, I hope that's not it. I don't think that's it. Maybe. I don't know. It's very hard to also like test, right? Because if you ask anybody um, about their like to do any of the tasks that you do to test for this type of thing, they're always going to be having learned to compensate already. Like there's never, it's the way you word it. Like if you say imagine something or picture this or visualize that, they're always going to just default to whatever their regular is. Um, and not think anything of it. They'll just give you probably a decent answer. Like I could give a great answer for whatever, but it wouldn't be based on an image. It also makes it less sensical when people can't find the clip. Charles, if they have an ability to pull that thought back up. Um, yeah, Charles, we're here for you, and I want you to think of the positives. You lost fucking great. You lost weight super fast. Better than gastric. I mean, you shed like a lot of pounds, I bet. I'm a dark person. Okay, let's get into this reading since I've been doing this for an hour and 10 minutes and I'm still not started yet. The people we have in this chat are amazing. I'm always inspired and amazed. Charles, I'm sorry. My brain, like, I'm, I wish there was more that I could do than try and cheer you up by hanging out. But I don't think there is. Every time I go to a hospital and say, hey, I think you should do this instead of that, they all get fucking mad. I really don't understand. Um, no worries, people in court. I'm so thankful you dropped by. I appreciate you. Um, love you too, Kit. Or Charles, of course. You guys are fighters, you're troopers, you're inspiring. I appreciate that. And lurking is fun. I like to lurk. I can't lurk as much anymore in my own room. I try sometimes, and you guys are like, "Where are you?" I'm like, I'm here, I'm here." Ugh. Is anybody playing Wordle? Is it not working? Do you want me to fix it? Do I need to do that before I start reading? I like it when it's a small group like this. Charles, you don't owe me shit. You've been an awesome, cool friend to get to know, and I'm super glad that we were all brought together at the right time to make it even a minute easier than you. Even a moment easier. No, even a minute amount easier than it was before. Amy says, just read. I think that's a good idea. Here we go. Beefs and bouquets. This is April. Bouquet. To Donald in the Chrysler Service Department. Always smiling. Excellent service and very knowledgeable about the products. You want to keep coming back. Thank you. Thanks, Vicky. Beef. To cat owners who allow their cats to run loose, killing the songbirds and squirrels and pooping in gardens. Domestic cats are not native to BC and need to be kept indoors. Hold on one sec. These are the first two. Are we loving it? Oh, people in court. I'm reading Beefs and Bouquets, a small town Canadiana petty series that I'm starting. I did a really great intro few minutes ago. It was it was really good. Cheap. Oh, don't feel like that. That's not, I know what you mean, and you're not like that at all. That's not it. I think there's a difference what I think is key, and I think that people realize is that true engagement is never cheap or petty. And it's also obvious. So like I love talking to other creators. I really enjoy having a place where people that make the similar stuff that I do or that enjoy the same stuff that I do come and feel comfortable and like to hang out with me. And I love to be able to pump other people's channels. I I've I mean, there's 8 people here, right? Like to me, I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna, like, maybe I'm doing it wrong in a way, but this is the way I am doing it and the way I am, and I love it. And so don't ever feel like that in here. You can always be just a quick hello, and it's not ever bad because I get it. Like, I get how life gets busy sometimes, but court is so listenable and a lovely thing to be able to just put on while you do shit. And so while being able to be in the chat is a whole nother level of court watching, I myself have had to have times when I've stepped back to just like listening for a bit or whatever. Um, but you're not, well, here's a straight up question for you. This is probably more of a private conversation, but if that truly bugs you, like, and you would prefer I don't call it out, just let me know that. I only do that because I appreciate y'all and I know that I just I just do. Um, I feel very much like an imposter a lot of the time when I go to other people's chats. But what I think they've realized over time is that I'm just super annoying and clingy. And so like Mikey for Credence and Mikey, like I literally love him, like fangirl. And the same goes for all the different channels that I love. Like I'm not a lot. I just tell it like it is. Tell my, you know, what I actually like and feel. If I could make every video that I clip, if I could clip every court I wanted, if I could, you know, just not worry about what I show and be live all day and hang out and just like get my work done while being live, that's what I would ideally like to do. And maybe one day when I have another computer, I'll be able to do that. But right now it's hard, like the computer is used for streaming, but I really, really, there's a lot more other stuff. What are Canadian courts like, Charles? Well, this is a really late night stream. I had a job where I worked for the Attorney General's office, if you believe it. But well, we won't have to talk big about that one. But um, they operate privately. Mhm. Oh, I know people in court. I'm working on the computer the only thing I have, and if it, I'm not even. I'm just knocking on wood. I'm just. Hi, Jacqueline. Jacqueline, I had a question for you. Tell me if I'm wrong, but Jacqueline, you were the pathologist, right? And a pathologist, is that the person that does autopsies? Okay. So I have a question for you. Um, ugh, I shouldn't do this. Why am you know what? My brain, see, this is what happens. My brain just makes connections weirdly because of aphantasia. And so earlier tonight, we on Time Served and his live, he played a video from Law and Crime that was horrific to watch. Personally, I found it heartbreaking in so many ways. And it was alleged case of infanticide, uh, or they're calling it first degree murder. But anyways, the reason I'm asking that is because immediately I was like, oh my God, I wish Jacqueline was here. I want to know specifically about some timeline things in terms of like, how quickly can you know for sure something about a cause of death? And if there is like, it was a very hard video to watch. Basically, unfortunately, the woman who gave birth to the baby in the hospital bathroom is accused of suffocating the baby afterwards. But there my there's a whole nother side of it, but I just like they were talking about it like as if they, had figured out this case, signed, sealed, and delivered, and it's been like 3 minutes since they discovered this baby. And I understand that probably there is ways to tell if a baby was alive at some point. But I also wonder if is that responsible to be able to jump to those conclusions in that moment. Personally, I was really upset that the person who just had given birth and likely had a freaking placenta still inside of her wasn't treated medically privately first before they started like going in on her about the baby. Like, to me, it didn't really help the situation at all to berate her at that point. And again, like my main concern, Jacqueline, was that she supposedly had gone to the hospital 2 weeks prior with back pain. At that point, she would have been 8.5 months pregnant. And you're telling me that a doctor in an emergency room didn't do a dip urine or didn't do a pregnancy test, didn't counsel this woman about her current pregnancy and what her prenatal care had been, etc. Like, to me, the fact that a doctor 2 weeks prior didn't recognize the fact that she was pregnant, even when they were doing a rundown for back pain, is weird. It's very odd. Um, I've dealt, me, I mean, I have a lot of experience with women and pregnancy and birth, and I'm not saying that what she did was right. What I wonder is like, where could we have intervened better so that this never happened again? And to me, that would be so. But Jacqueline, that's not what they said in the interview. They said that 2 weeks prior, she had gone to the hospital and they had it doesn't matter if they ask if she could be pregnant or not. Like, the point isn't if she thinks she's pregnant. Again, like I said, I've done so many pregnancy tests because anytime you go to anywhere in my experience in healthcare, you do a pregnancy test as a woman, basically. If you're going to the walk-in clinic and you have a UTI, you're going to do a pregnancy test. If you have any sort of pain, abdominal or whatever, at the hospital, they're going to get you to do a urine test. Like, it my whole point is, my concern is that when she presented late stage pregnancy but unaware, didn't receive prenatal care, like, and then like the doctor told her her baby was dead in front of everybody. She didn't even ask for the mom to leave. The mom then got in her face and yelled at her, which I found a really odd experience. And again, like, I'm not saying that there's a right way to handle that scenario. What I'm saying is, was there a point beforehand when somebody could have, like, she was in a bed. Like, to me, I again have never been admitted into a hospital setting without having done a few preliminary things, which is like literally the pregnancy test, the blood test, all those different things. Like you're you're going to be there's no way that you're lying down in a bed being treated here in an ER like that without like medical attention happening to you. He did show the police video. I found it really disturbing. And I found it disturbing because people like I get the natural instinct of protectiveness to you know, make sure that people don't want to kill babies, like obviously. But on the other hand, again, to grow and learn from this, we don't need to look at where she failed. That part you can't control, but you can control the protocol in the hospital, the way that things are dealt with when you have people present with certain indicators. You can have signage maybe change or be put in different places. There, I mean, just the fact that she had a private bathroom, again, like all of that was just a little odd to me. As a Canadian, that's our, she doesn't, of course she denied having sex, but her mom was right there. I get it. Like she was wrong, but she was also put into a position where I don't think she should have been. I ideally, if she denied she had sex and she's pregnant, then that's a big red flag to me and triggers a social worker visit, a person to be with her then and talking about this and to remove the parents from the situation because obviously there's not been open dialogue about sex education. And so while I appreciate that you can't condone behavior like that, what I point out is that she, first of all, had just given birth, seemingly completely naturally, with no pain medication or intervention. That's hard fucking work. Just there's no way around that. She was 19. I was also 19 when I got pregnant and gave birth. In the bathroom at the hospital though. Like what I gathered was it was happened moments before in the hospital there. And that they again, I feel just my heart aches for her because I think she did Avs and Broncos fans. She sure did. And that it's not okay to do that. It's not. But the, again, that means she basically gave birth silently. Again, I've given birth when I was 19 or 20 years old. And I was treated very poorly in the hospital by the nurses because they had some idea of what a young mother might be. Regardless, I am, like I said earlier, strong. I had a lot of resources around me. I had the baby's father in my life, my ex husband, all these things that were going right for me. But what my she said she never had sex. You know what? If you've been brought up in a prude family where they've never talked about sex, they've told you that you're dirty if you do, and all these different things, and then all of a sudden people are asking you about sex in front of your parent, and you haven't matured very much because you're only 19. Uh, yeah, I'm not shocked at all that they lie. Do you, like that's that? I'm like, you duh. And again, if she said that and she was pregnant, then immediately we have a huge new discussion that we need to have to get to mental alertness and reality wise. Because if a person is selfish and they do that because they only care about themselves, then that's great because we can appeal to those people by explaining how they can be selfish and not ever get in trouble for it, but not have to worry and hurt the baby. But I don't think that it's just that simple. I think that there's mental health and lots of things that go into that type of a situation where a poor person doesn't feel safe enough to tell anybody or get help from anybody. And when they do arrive at what they assume would be a safe place, a hospital, her mother was right there. Like, was she there the whole time with her? Again, in a room. Was she in the labor and delivery room? Was she like, why? Again, like, I have many questions as to why it was handled the way it was handled. If you think she's pregnant already, and you like, it's very simple to do an ultrasound or to get moving on that quickly. And the baby died, Charles. The baby died. And allegedly she unalived the baby. And it's heartbreaking, absolutely. However, um, I just, I was literally hurting inside watching this woman be yelled at, berated a little bit, and then ignored and asked to sign paperwork while I have to assume she's actively bleeding and has had not proper medical intervention follow up to the birth. She's a teenager. And if she had um, any sort of neurodivergence at all, like I do, her actual maturity and ability to make proper decisions is going to be at a 14-year-old's level at that point in her life, if she's lucky. So while we can judge her, that doesn't, I don't think, help because, like I said, it's not the type of thing you can always figure out. What you need to do is figure out when you can intervene in these situations. She had follow up afterwards, but not before they came in and told her her baby was dead. Theoretically, they thought she killed it, but they don't necessarily know that. And if they're so fucking positive that they watched her walk in there, then heard her give birth, heard her wrap the thing around the baby, and then leave it to die, why didn't they do something about it? Otherwise, she's allegedly done that. And my theory is that as a medical professional, and what I thought and hoped would have happened would be the reality of that patient, unfortunately, is dead, but this one is very much alive and needs compassionate care. She was airlifted. Yeah, I'm talking about the very immediate moment when they told her her baby was dead, and then her mom got in her face and yelled at her, and the doctor didn't clear the room, didn't take control. It looked like a bad scene from ER. Seriously. And again, airlifted after the fact, great. All of these resources after the fact, but nothing could have, like, I'm baffled at why all of the stuff was mobilized afterwards, but beforehand everyone was sort of like, oh yeah, let her go to the bathroom by herself, nobody should watch that. Huh? Put her at the fucking triage desk in a gurney. I mean, seriously, this is how my brain works. If I was the doctor who's dealing with this girl who thinks she's not pregnant, but she's obviously pregnant and she's going to give birth, do you think I would let her out of my sight? No. And maybe that's unrealistic, but I'm sorry, that's the way I would do it. And I would clear her mom the fuck out. They had to know. If they didn't know, then it is not unfeasible to me that she may not have known that she was fully pregnant or how far along she was. If a doctor didn't identify it immediately, visually, the mom should have never been there to begin with. Her mother, she's over 19. They asked the mom for permission to send her somewhere and then realized, oh, wait, she's actually of age to make her own decisions. That's how infantilized the child that situation was. And it wasn't good. Again, if mom was so hovering and dealing with stuff, where the fuck was she when this was happening with the baby? Like, I have more questions for the people that were around that weren't in the middle of active labor and birth than for the child who just gave birth. A lot more questions. I'm not saying she should have done it or should get away with it, but the system failure was not at her hands all the way. There was many points of intervention that could have and should have been handled properly, and they weren't. And that's my issue with the video entirely. It was just no people want to hate, and I get that. I don't want anybody to kill a baby. I You want justice, but that's not how you get it by vilifying her. And I believe that even if she did it, even if she absolutely did it, my point isn't different. There was points of intervention when this could have been handled differently and wasn't. And rather than blame her, which feels better, we should really be turning towards the system that didn't work. And the reality is, I think sex education is really important. I think frank discussions at a hospital with patients who are of childbearing age are probably appropriate. I think that if a woman or girl comes to the hospital and is admitted to be seen, you should run a pregnancy test and have a talk with her about that. And if she comes back pregnant and she doesn't know she's pregnant, then that's an opportunity right there. And again, like, I hurt inside for that. But um but again, like Jacqueline, my whole point is there's this whole, like, I guess to me, spidey sense that was going off immediately. Like, if that came in front of me and I was a nurse or whatever, like, and maybe our hospitals are set up differently, but like, I'm telling you, you don't get privacy. You don't get to be alone in any of the hospitals emergency rooms here without being put there. And so to me, it's like, don't put them there then. Put them in the very open spot. And it's like, oh, well, she needs privacy because she's giving birth. Well, actually, no, because she doesn't think she's giving birth. So we need to have fucking eyes on that. You got it, scamp. And again, like, the frank conversation that might need to be had is about, like, like the, I was telling the story that here in the city where I live, they had a baby that was found in the dumpster in the parking lot, like 2 blocks away from my daughter's school and a block away from the fire station. And it was dead. And I was just, super sad about it. We have safe haven laws in Canada, just like you do in most of the states. And what I think some people don't realize is like they don't know that it's not a trap. A lot of kids that grow up worried about telling their family about a pregnancy may have been tricked before and said, oh, it'll be okay, and then not. It's not okay. Well, that's not what safe haven laws are. Nobody will track you down. Nobody will come, like, and this is the hard part to impart to people effectively the right people. It's like most people don't need to know that because they can turn to resources and people around them for help. But there's this subset of people that need to understand this, but to get that message to them is difficult. And so my whole point is that we need to look at the spots where we could have helped to save the baby and and make it so that we do a better job of that, because she was pregnant for 9 months. So, you know, it's hard. It's like, I believe in people's choice. I'm pro choice all the way. And I'm all about people being able to make those choices themselves. And I know that there are people in her very close vicinity that would have supported her in turning that baby in being safe, in getting prenatal care, in keeping her safe if she felt she was in danger from whatever. But that to get that message to the right people is just incredibly difficult. And I really, 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 really think that this can be very much mitigated with proper sex education at a young age. It has to be age appropriate, but absolutely integral to preventing things from that happening. Tupac's doing a pub crawl. Okay, I'm going to continue reading because I had started and then, you know me. Beef to the garbage collection staff who drop stuff transferring contents from the can to the truck and don't bother to pick it up. Beef to a florist for giving an almost dead bouquet of flowers. Bouquet. Thank you to Dr. P and all the staff at the pain clinic for their compassion and expertise. It's been almost 35 years since I have been relatively pain free. Beef to the home builder building multi-million dollar homes. Is it too much to ask that you provide a dumpster for your trades to dispose of their trash and building materials instead of allowing masses of litter to blow all over the yards and ditches on our beautiful street? Bouquet to Hartman and Company staff for their personal service and excellent craftsmanship. Beef to the mayor for not increasing cat bylaw requirements in 2015. Apparently, Victoria and Parksville's issues or other recommendations aren't enough of a warning. Bouquet to jurisdictions that actively encourage and support seniors to keep their driver's licenses and continue to driving to protect their independence, mobility, and mental, emotional, and physical health. Beef to the inconsiderate woman who goes to the store on the sale day and buys every last can of aloe vera coconut water. I come early as I can, only to see you carting out multiple flats worth of one of my favorite products. Beef, Nanaimo drivers. You have been selected as BC's most considerate drivers by running yellow lights, not using turn signals to change lanes, and continuing to use phones while driving. Bouquet to Tweedledee and Tweedledum for finally retiring. I may become a Canucks fan again. Now they will be able to afford some decent young hockey players. Beef. To the beefer concerned about plastics contaminating the oceans, you are right to be worried. That does not mean that the protesters of the Kinder Morgan pipeline are wrong or should change their purpose. You are free to protest the pollution of the oceans with like minded people. Beef to all the mountain bikers, young and old, who build their own trails with drops, berms, and skinny lines, sometimes close to walking trails in public parks. They create a hazard for some hikers and spoil the enjoyment of nature. Bouquet to the special person who turned in my keys so quickly to the office at Country Grocer. I was in panic mode by my car with all my groceries. My sincere thanks and gratitude. Beef to the bakery staff. I've been a regular customer for some time now, and I'm saddened that the once great customer service has declined dramatically. The once smiling staff is now so monotone. The extra smiles and miles have dwindled down to short, curt responses. Beef to my neighbor and his friends who like to rev their very loud vehicle engines and leave their vehicles running while music is blasting at 4 a.m. The neighborhood is filled with families and people who actually work. Please have some respect. Beef to the beefer complaining about drivers allowing others from parking lots and side streets into the flow of traffic. I wonder what it's like to imagine that you're the most important guy on the road in this city. Bouquet to the generous family who paid for my $30 worth of groceries when my debit card did not work. I will definitely pay this forward. Beef to the city of Nanaimo, not keeping us informed on the walk-on ferry progress. This is a valuable service needed for Nanaimo. Bouquet. Thank you to the McDonald's. We recently won a contest they were having, and a very nice fellow came by the next morning with a full carafe of coffee and all the fixings to wake us up. Thanks again. Bouquet to my amazing daughter. You were so brave when your little brother got hurt. You stayed with him and comforted him when I wasn't there. Thank you. I am proud of the person you are and the young lady you are becoming. Bouquet. To whoever found my lost car keys on Commercial Street and turned them into serious coffee, you saved me a lot of anguish, and I surely appreciate it. We are moving on to the next week, which was May. Bouquet to the wonderful staff at the Nanaimo Hospital Emergency Department. We are fortunate to have such caring professionals in our community. Beef to the expensive dysfunction at City Hall and to the gang of 5 counselors who created it. Bouquet to my Grandma Hazel. You're the best grandma I could ever have. I miss you so much, way out here in Ontario. I hope these word flowers hold out till I can hand deliver real ones. Beef. No, these are old, by the way. Beef. No disrespect to the Queen of England, but Prince Charles is a divorcee. According to history, this is a no no. Prince William should be the next king. Bouquet. To the driver of a pickup who gave me a chance to enter the road at Quality Foods parking lot. It's a difficult spot to get into traffic. Thanks for the 10-second break. Beef. To the businesses that flies a bleached and shredded Canadian and BC flag beside a pristine international flag. You need to change them or take them down. Beef. To Gabriola Islanders complaining about shipping noise. Nanaimo has a working harbor. Be grateful for the economic activity. Beef. To those who voted against public transportation to the ferry terminal. Who ever heard of such a stupid idea to have a ferry without public transportation to and from? Not everyone can get a ride, and taxis are expensive. It was waste, by the way. The word was waste. Bouquet to the person or persons responsible for creating and installing the adorable and quirky little hand painted wooden statues on all the posts around the Linley Valley ponds. Your generous investment of time and talent brightens the day for all the trail users. Thank you. Beef to the nurses who give antipsychotics to more than 100 dementia patients. Why doesn't the government stop this? These drugs can kill people with heart problems. Beef to Nanaimo for keeping the same potholes I hit last year on my visit during Easter. Beef. Very sad and frustrating to see what has become of downtown. Businesses closing and too many home. Whoa! Shit, it was steam. Good job, y'all. That was amazing. Um, Bouquet to Smokin' George's. Thanks for rescuing the store up the way when we were out of oil to make popcorn for our staff. Beef. Put some garbage cans on bus stops, then people don't litter. It's common practice in most of the world. Beef to the beefer who said their 6-year-old is reading the paper about homeless getting services for free and wanting to be homeless because of that. I doubt he reads the paper. Maybe start raising him with values. Beef to the grocery stores who still post their weights in both imperial and metric units. It's been more than 40 years since we switched to metric. Come on, people, figure it out. Beef to the woman sitting in her car parked along the yellow lines beside the North End Mall. I fell and broke my collarbone trying to get through. You were rude and drove off, never even asking if I was okay. Beef to my brother's ex girlfriend that stayed at our house every day when he was visiting when he treated you so well. You blocked him and dropped him for the mean and nasty guys you are used to. Good riddance. short that week. Okay. Okay, Ika. Sorry, the cats. I'm gonna grind my gears here. Could you go that way? Okay, hold on. I got distracted by a fucking Ika. Some of these are just so like random. I can't even imagine why you would send these in. Like, 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 I am probably giving these the biggest audience or like, I don't know how to describe it, distribution they've ever had. Like, I'm gonna read this one, and it's so vague that what do you even? I don't think the person would even know it's them that you're mad at. Listen to this. Beef to the bullies of the 40s. I wonder if the one surviving bully has ever thought of apologizing to the two survivors who were bullied so many years ago. It sounds like a riddle, and yet I bet it just means nothing. I don't know. Um, Bouquet to the dog walker who drove the injured woman and her granddaughter back home and made sure they were safe. Hmm. Some of them are super petty, but some of them are some funny. Some of them are just like old people that are like ranting about shit. Beef. I agree with the woman who posted the beef about the free range cats. The ones in my neighborhood use my flower beds as litter boxes, kill birds, and dirty the cushions on my patio furniture. Responsible cat owners keep them inside. Bouquet to the church people who clean up discarded clothing, bedding, and garbage, as well as used needles, vomit, and feces left on church property by the people who sleep in the doorways and on the property. See, that right there is not a bouquet. That's a beef bouquet. Hi, Cachette. How you doing? We're doing something a little different tonight. I I I don't doubt Jacqueline. And honestly, again, I don't like the thought of it, but what my whole like concern is just like, how do we prevent in the future? But okay. Beef to the people who continually give money to people with the hard times cardboard signs hanging around traffic lights. I just watched someone give $10 and someone else gave a toonie to a guy who I have seen doing this for a long time, and he does not appear malnourished or suffering in any way. Also, it's not safe to be standing there, and the police should be managing that situation. Okay. God bless all those who are kind and humane to all creatures. What goes around comes around. Okay. Many thanks to the lady who found my purse at the Lanceville fireman's yard sale and handed it in at the desk. It was a great relief as my heart was in my boots thinking it was gone forever. Bouquet to the young lady standing at the bus stop who gave me a lovely smile and a warm good morning. Your friendliness made my day. Next week. Not so bad that week. Beef to the construction crew and insufficient. Oh, do you want me to come and help you with this? I wasn't really paying attention to the. Oh, it was limbo. You got it. It was limbo, limbo, limbo. Beef to the construction crew and insufficient flagging staff outside the elementary school. Shameful that you couldn't stop blocking traffic for 10 minutes on either side of the school bell, creating a dangerous situation for parents dropping off their children. And shame on the flagger yelling at drivers while children are in their vehicle. This is basically like Karens reporting themselves. That's what I've figured it out. It's like, why wouldn't you get rid of all your construction shit around my schedule? And then when I was going too fast in your construction zone, you had the audacity to yell at me while my fucking kids were in the car? Are you joking? You're a fucking dick. Like, that's basically the vibe I've got. Oh, we remember the other day or the one where somebody complained about metric and imperial? Here we go. Bouquet to the store owners who continue to use both metric and imperial units. For us older people, it is helpful. For those who want to use only metric, it's there for you. Why worry about those who prefer the other? It's really no big deal. Beef. So now the personal section is gone from Craigslist? The rants and raves section went limp nearly a year ago. Oh, sorry. Some of them are just super petty, but like not. Oh, this must be the guy responding to the Karen. Beef to all the drivers who speed through construction zones, who are rude to and swear at and flip the bird at traffic control people. Shame on you. Bouquet to the employee of the Canadian Tire Auto Centre for helping us out of a sticky situation, even though the shop was slammed busy. Without him, we'd have been screwed. Beef to the person responsible for taking the gnome home I lovingly created and put on display in the park. I put it there to share with all who enjoy them. Just because it wasn't screwed to the tree does not mean it's yours to take. Beef to the BC Ferry Corporation for making customers wait on hold for half an hour to reserve a wheelchair. This is horrible customer service. Beef to the Nanaimo senior citizens who drive around town in their luxury vehicles, flaunting their wealth while at the same time slamming millennials for being too lazy to afford today's overpriced real estate. The wealth inequality between young and old has never been more apparent. Beef to the city for forcing developers to put in beautifully landscaped divided boulevards on roads and requiring builders to landscape in front of new homes. Then the city does nothing to maintain these areas, allowing them to go to seed. Beef to the managers of businesses who conduct personal interviews in coffee shops. The public do not want to hear all the details of people's lives. Use an office for this purpose. Oh, and then sometimes there's best are Facebook comments replying to these. Agree with the beef regarding business managers doing interviews in coffee shops. We endured more than one of these and haven't been back. The beef for forcing developers to install landscaping, I do wonder why the city does this. I've seen many young trees die for lack of water and grass. Um, Beef to the person or people who ransacked my car. On that note, actually, I should lock my car. Like, this is how ADD works. Seriously, I gotta lock my car. You guys just, keep doing your thing. Okay. I don't, I always forget to lock. Okay. Luckily, I can hear it and I can do it from inside. Um, thank you, Charles. I'm wearing leg pants. Leg pants, wearing lots of leg pants. They're leggings, probably, Charles. Um, apron's a good guess. Sorry, I'm gonna put on the soft music for a moment while I grab something else. Oh no, I don't have it. Maybe I do still. Ah, love that.
going to start with Vanessa Dukes. All right, we got 22 CP 213885, 204 days without indictment, aggravated assault, possession of a knife or a firearm during the commission of a felony, and battery. There is a $26,000 good bond as of February the 23rd. Pre-trial.
In regards to Ms. Duke, 6 prior arrests, 1 misdemeanor, prior criminal damage to property, prior 2011 burglary and criminal damage to property. Nothing further.
Go ahead, Ms. Bassett.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Dukes has been in custody for 204 days at this point. I believe the last time we were here was about 100 days ago. Her bond is currently set at $26,000. Her preliminary hearing was back in March. Case is still unindicted. She is 49 years old. She has lived in Georgia for her entire life. Her family is local as well. I have been in contact with them. She has completed the 11th grade. She has 2 adult children. I believe her youngest son is a Marine. She is very proud of him. She has no felony convictions as far as I know. She's not on probation, and she has no other open cases. I have not received discovery in this case, obviously, as the case is unindicted. I do think that there is more to this story, and I look forward to exploring that and getting that in evidence whenever the state gets around to moving forward on this case. I have no indication that Ms. Dukes will have any continuing issues with the complaining witness in this case. I don't have anything indicating any jail calls have been made. She doesn't live with this person, doesn't have any reason or any need to have any continuing contact with this person. I would also note that about 6 months passed between the alleged incident and Ms. Dukes' arrest. She did not know that there were any warrants against her. So this was a surprise to her. But during that 6-month period, there was no continuing issues between her and the complaining witness. So I think that shows that there will not be any issues if Ms. Dukes is able to make a bond. For today, Your Honor, and I don't know that she can make this, but $26,000 is too much for her, for her family. So I would say that is per se unreasonable for her. So I would ask for a $10,000 good bond at this point.
All right, Mr. Malkin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Your Honor. Good evening, all. The victim is present on the Zoom call. Her name is Samantha Jones, and Your Honor can see her. She did want to be present, but did not want to address the court. The victim is not opposed to bond, and of course, Ms. Dukes already has a bond. The state would request a $15,000 bond with an ankle monitor and no contact provisions and the usual other conditions. Thank you.
She's gonna live in Fulton County, Ms. Bassett?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Okay. No drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. You're going to have an ankle monitor paid for by the county with the 24-hour curfew. And people, when I say 24-hour curfew, it means you can do these things. You can go to court, see your lawyer, medical appointments, and work, and basic life necessities. But you have to let the ankle monitoring company know where you're going, how long you'll be gone. If you don't, it'll be a violation of your bond condition. So make sure you know. And also employer, as long as you supply the name of your employer, proof of employment schedule, and the exact location you're going to be working. Stay away from all Jersey Mikes. Can't go to any Jersey Mikes, and no further contact whatsoever with
All Jersey Mikes? That's a new one. I gotta hear that again.
So make sure you know. And also employer, as long as you supply the name of your employer, proof of employment schedule, and the exact location you're going to be working. Stay away from all Jersey Mikes. Can't go to any Jersey Mikes, and no further contact whatsoever with Samantha Jones. 10,000, 2,000, 1,000. 10,000, 2,000, 1,000. Best of luck to you, ma'am. It's 204 days without indictment. Best of luck. I've already placed it in the email.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And that would conclude my business with the court this evening. May I please be excused?
Yes, ma'am. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You too.
All right, let's see. Tyrion Blanky. Tyrion Blank. All right. We got 23, Bostic, 22CP208985, 386 days without indictment. There's a $3,000 good bond on robbery by sudden snatching as of January the 19th. Retrial.
Only prior Georgia arrest, 2 in Kansas, 1 in Missouri, nothing further.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Kennebrew.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Blanky is in custody and has been in custody for 386 days without an indictment. His current bond is a $3,000 good bond. He is 21 years of age. He, excuse me, does have a valid address that he can reside at. He did graduate from high school. He was working at Chipotle prior to being arrested. He was arrested on May 12th, 2022. He had a preliminary hearing on September 20th of 2022. At this point, Your Honor, we're asking for a UJR. The state has failed to indict this case and to move it forward. He has been in custody again, 386 days. Excuse me. And we are just requesting a UJR.
All right. So is he going to live in Fulton County?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Malkin.
Thank you, Your Honor. The victim is not opposed to bond in this case, but we would ask that he post a $1,000 bond.
All right. No drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. You can have ankle monitor paid for by the county with a 24-hour curfew. Like I said before, court, medical, attorney visits, basic life skills, and employment. As long as you supply the name of your employer, proof of employment schedule, the exact location you're going to be working. You have to provide an address upon release. And previously there was a hold. But any of you folks, if there's a hold, you have 48 hours to have that ankle monitor placed on your ankle. All right. And also, you'll need to stay away from all MARTA property, all MARTA stations. For instance, if you walk past a bus stop, you can't sit down on the bench. That's MARTA property or MARTA stop. You have to walk past that, sit down on the curb, and tie your shoe. No further contact with April Jules, Jules. We'll do a $1,000 good bond or 10% through the sheriff. Either one, whichever one he can do. Best of luck to you, sir. All right, Curtis Reed. Okay, we got position 24, Bostic, 22CP211888. Curtis Reed, 277 days without indictment, 1 count of aggravated assault with a $40,000 good bond as of December the 14th. Free trial.
9 prior arrests, but most of the cases were dismissed. FTA in 2011, nothing further.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. Attorney Lang, I'll be handling this case going forward. It's not just for today. Mr. Reed is 33 years old. He's lived in Georgia his entire life. He has 5 children, 4 daughters, 1 son. He has a high school level education. He also completed his GED. He was working at the Guest Inn as a maintenance worker at the time of his arrest. He is hopeful he'll be able to return to that position upon his release. Based on the information presented, the amount of time he spent in custody, he's been in custody since August 30th, 2022. With the bond he's unable to afford, I'm asking the court to at bare minimum have the bond to $20,000, but I'd ask the court to consider 10.
Go ahead, Mr. Malkin.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would consent to the defense's request for a $20,000 bond. The victim is present on the Zoom call and would like to address the court, please. And her name is Tylonda Kyles, and Mr. Reed is accused of shooting her in the stomach.
All right,
Ms.
Kyles.
Ms. Kyles, are you on?
Ms. Kyles, you have to turn on your camera, please.
1 second. I just
Start your camera. Take yourself off mute. All right. Can you raise your right hand?
all right.
You swear firm testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Malcolm.
All right. You can lower your hand. Good evening, Ms. Kyles. If you would please state your true and correct legal name.
My name is Tylonda Ebonika Kyles.
Okay, Ms. Kyles. And what did you want to tell the court about this situation?
I really feel like he's incarcerated too long for something that he did not do. I had the gun on me in my pocket. He did not have the gun in his hand. He did not run up on me. He did not shoot me with his hand or nothing like that. The gun went off on me. I ended up falling and the gun went off on me. The gun was on me in my pocket, in my jacket pocket. He did not have it. a gun at all.
All right. Did you tell the police that he did shoot you?
No, I was in the hospital
Uh-huh.
and I was I really can't even tell you who came to see me, to be honest. So whatever I did say, she showed me a picture of him and that was it. She just asked me, was this the character that everybody's looking for? I was not the one called the police. Someone out there on the scene where it happened that called the police. And I just remember going to the emergency room and they checked me. It was a clear room and went through my vagina and came out my buttocks. He was taking care of me after the situation. We was together again.
I'm sorry. I heard slightly about this. I didn't even know this was the one. Uh, we're gonna go back for a minute. I'm blowing her up to watch this. Seriously though, the mouse is fucking killing me. It won't work properly. And I understand why. Okay, I know how to fix this, but why can't it just work for a minute? Just 1 minute. That's all I need. Just fucking work for 2 minutes. 1 minute. 1 minute even. Just give me one goddamn minute. Okay, I thought it was tinfoil for a second.
After and everybody's looking at me in my pocket, in my jacket pocket. He did not have all in
This
my
story,
pocket.
let's
He
hear
did
it.
not have the gun in his hand. He did not run up on me. He did not shoot me with his hand or nothing like that. The gun went off on me. I ended up falling and the gun went off on me. The gun was on me in my pocket, in my jacket pocket. He did not have it, a gun at all.
All right. Did you tell the police that he did shoot you?
No, I was in the hospital
Uh-huh.
and I was I really can't even tell you who came to see me, to be honest. So whatever I did say, she showed me a picture of him and that was it. She just asked me, was this the character that everybody's looking for? I was not the one called the police. Someone out there on the scene where it happened that called the police. And I just remember going to the emergency room and they checked me. It was a clear room and went through my vagina and came out my buttocks. He was taking care of me after the situation. We was together again after the situation. I never felt like I was threatened enough to say, oh, let me press charges or anything like that. When the officer came into the hospital room, all she had was a picture of him and asking me, was this the guy? That's it. Did nobody ask me any more questions other than that? And honestly, I can say that I know for a fact the gun was in my pocket, in my pullover. So still at the end of the day, I couldn't have just I would say he shot me unless I was just under the influence or something. But I know for a fact she showed me a picture of Curtis Reed and she asked me, was that him? And I said that was him. I had to give him more information about it.
Well, I'm sorry you were shot, however it occurred. What is your relationship with Curtis Reed, please?
We're married.
That name is familiar, you guys. Maybe because Judge just said it, but actually, remember that weird case in Texas with the guy who was like flashy and had a weird lawyer, a bad lawyer, Curtis, the drunk? We thought she was drunk, the blonde. Do you remember that? And the weird drunk lawyer lady kept being like, Curtis, please don't talk over the judge. And it was, I think, yeah, it was in Texas. It was that drunk judge that later on we thought was drunk. Um, Maybe I'm wrong. I'm probably wrong. But seriously, this is a nuts story. I'm no. Oh dear.
But I would say common law married. We have not went to the courthouse at all. So we've been together for about 6 to 7 years.
Okay,
Baby
all
daddy
right.
we just really never got to get to the courthouse.
All right, very good. It sounds like legally you're boyfriend, girlfriend, and not legally married. But
Right.
okay. And do you consider yourself still together with him?
Yes, I do. I've been talking to him since he got in caught. We was staying together when he was working at the Guest Inn Hotel. We was staying together. He was on the way to work when they locked him up. So
All right.
he had just left me in the hotel room because
Are you
I was pregnant again.
are you afraid of him?
No.
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay. And you're not in fear for your safety or safety of anybody you know if he gets out of jail?
No, sir, I'm not. And no, everybody's actually getting on me like, go do an affidavit. Go do something to get him out. Like get his ass out of jail. Excuse my language. But they've been cussing me out like I can just pull a string or something. And last time I spoke with somebody was September, and they was telling me that the state had picked it up, so the affidavit wouldn't have had work. Because I've been telling his court attorney, a lawyer, Mr. Houston, to meet up with me so that I could do an affidavit for him. Or I was going to go to the library and print one out and get it notarized before his court.
This woman is very abused. I don't know how you accidentally get shot in the JJ, but I'm very concerned. This is slightly crazy. This is not even like I don't have any experience to tell you how to do that safely. Don't ever put no.
But it came kind of fast for me.
Okay. So the warrant states that it's written by the police officer states that a witness said that he saw Mr. Reed pull out a gun and shoot you. Are you saying that the witness was mistaken?
Your Honor, I'm going to
Yeah.
object to that question at this time.
What's the basis for the objection?
The victim being present is testifying as to bond factors. This is not an evidentiary hearing, and we're now asking about the evidentiary means of the case, what was or was not stated to officers. The purpose of this is for the victim to give their preference as far as bond goes.
Well, I don't know. She's saying it didn't happen like that. However, it contradicts what's said in the warrant that a witness said that it happened.
Understood, Your Honor. I'll withdraw them.
Yeah.
And I've actually spoken to the witness.
All right, Ms. Kyles.
Yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Kyles, guns don't just go off.
No, so I had the gun in my
So
pocket.
you pulled the trigger and shot yourself.
I mean, the gun was on. It wasn't on safety because of the area of the neighborhood.
So somebody had to have pulled the trigger, Ms. Kyles. Who pulled the trigger?
And nobody pulled the trigger.
No, ma'am.
I would say I shot
Ms. Kyles. Ms. Kyles, with all due respect, triggers have to be pulled.
Right.
In the entire history of a gun, triggers have to be pulled. They don't just go off. That's just not what happened. So
but he did not have. If you say that, he did not have the gun in his hand. The gun was my gun. It was on me in my pocket. Period. It does. Either way it goes. If you say the gun don't go off, okay, I agree with you. But when I failed,
Ms. Kyles, I'm not going to argue with you. Anything else as far as bond goes?
Ms. Kyles, has anybody asked you to come in and say this to the judge?
No, sir. I haven't been speaking with anyone.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Kyles. Mr. Lang may have some questions.
Anything, Mr. Lang?
No, Your Honor.
All right, no drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. No further contact with Talonda Kyles, Roosevelt Walker, Sulman, Sulmyn, Bradshaw. You're going to have ankle monitor paid for by the county with a 24-hour curfew. Court, lawyer, medical, employment, as long as you supply the name of your employer, proof of employment schedule, and the exact location you're going to be working. Previously, it said you must reside at 2051 Flat Shoals Road in Decatur, Georgia. So you're going to stay out of Fulton County unless you're here for court or to see your lawyer. $20,000 good bond. Best of luck to you, sir. Jonathan Dry. All right, it's one on the add-on, Bostic, 21 CP 200689, Jonathan Dry. Excuse me, 708 days without indictment, arson in the first degree, criminal damage to property as of 12/8/2021. There's an $8,500 good bond. Free trial.
Three in Georgia, rest in North Carolina.
Hold on, did she just say 700 something days? I gotta, what?
Day 689, Jonathan Dry. Excuse me, 708 days without indictment, arson in the first degree, criminal damage to property as of 12/8/2021. There's an $8,500 good bond. Free trial.
Three in Georgia, rest in North Carolina and Indiana. Prior breaking into entering or obtaining property by false pretenses. A 2020 battery, family violence, and 2020 simple battery.
Excuse me, Bostic, could you repeat that? I didn't get any of what you just said.
Hold on, everybody, gentlemen, everybody, keep your seat. Sit your head up, put your head up, sit straight up, and pay attention. Shut the door. If you got to go get your meds, step out, get your meds, and come back. This is more important than whatever's going on behind you. Keep your seat. 3 South, booth 3. What did I just say? Unless it's your meds, get your meds and come right back in. Go ahead, Bostic. The court reporter didn't hear you.
3 prior arrests in Georgia, arrests in North Carolina, Indiana, prior breaking and entering, 02 obtaining property by false pretenses, battery, family violence in 2020, simple battery, family violence in 2020. Nothing further.
Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Dry is 41 years old. He was 39 when he was initially arrested and taken into Fulton County custody. As Your Honor stated, he's been in custody for over 700 days. He is 2 weeks away from hitting his second year in Fulton County custody. This case has had a preliminary hearing. It's had bond hearings. The bond is currently at a point where Mr. Dry is still unable to afford it. He's lived in Georgia for the last 3.5 years. He has his barber's license. He is a licensed barber who believes he'll be able to find a job relatively easily upon release, but he's not been able to set up any interviews or anything, obviously, while he is still in custody. He graduated from high school in North Carolina in 2000, as well as from Fayetteville Technical Community College. He was there for 2 years. That's where he completed his barber's license. He also got his associate's degree in business. Looking at the information in this case, Your Honor, looking at the amount of time he has been sitting in custody on this case without indictment or anything to that effect, I am asking the court for a significant reduction in bond. I'm asking the court to leave this case in a $1,000 bond after today, a UJR on the criminal damage charge and $1,000 on the arson charge.
Go ahead, Mr. Malkin.
We'd request either a UJR to the hold, he's got a decab hold, or a $5,000 bond.
All right, so it's 717 days. I'll add this to the email. No drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. No further contact with Keisha, Keisha, Lesane. Stay away from the Spectrum on Spring at 1270 Spring Street. I think I already said no drugs, no alcohol, no weapons. You have an ankle monitor paid for by the county with a 24-hour curfew, court, lawyer, medical, employment, as long as you supplied the name of your employer, proof of employment schedule, and the exact location you'll be working. Also, previously, I guess from prelim, it said you had to reside with your sister at 8403 Lisbon Road in McDonough, Georgia, 30253. So you'll stay out of Fulton County unless you're here for court or to see your lawyer. Court or to see your lawyer. Count 1, UJR through the jail. 5,000 for count 2. Best of luck to you, sir.
Your Honor, 2 things very quickly. I apologize. Number 1, that address, I do not know if that address will be a good address anymore. That was at his preliminary hearing over a year ago. I don't know if his sister still lives at that address. Could I ask there just be a requirement that to get out, he submit an address? I talked to him about that today. He's going to call family today and find out his permanent solidified address.
So how did Borski come up with must reside with sister?
Because that was the address that I had back when I did his preliminary hearing in front of Judge Borski.
Is that her address now, sir? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Does she live in Fulton County? All right, so yeah, provide the address upon being released, but still stay out of Fulton County unless you're here for court or to see your lawyer. I want to make sure there wasn't a certain reason. Well, I'm sure you understand that it was put on there since I wasn't there, but that'll be fine. All right. Best of luck. See, sir, you can leave the booth. James Powell. Is there one? Hold on a second. I may have a couple more. Wait a minute. 1 second. That's everybody in comp. Thank you. All right. All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Powell, 22 CP 213153. James Powell, 232 days without indictment, $100,000 good bond as of January the 17th, 2023. Terroristic threats and acts, aggravated stalking. Pre-trial. Boston.
In regards to Mr. Powell, a simple battery, family violence, 2 counts, criminal trespass, criminal trespass, 2020, violation of a protective order and battery, family violence in 2019. Currently on probation, aggravated assault, family violence, firearm during simple battery, family violence, sentence 10/11/19, 5 years confinement, 15 years probation, nothing further.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Kidabrew.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Powell has been in custody for 232 days without an indictment. That's just over 6 months. His current bond is $100,000. He is 72 years of age. He does have a valid address in Fulton County. He did attend Michigan State. He is the proud father of 4 children and 2 grandchildren. He's retired, so he doesn't have a set income. Right now, his bond is set pretty high. He was arrested on October 13th of 2022. He had a preliminary hearing on January 17th of 2023. So we're well into the 6 months and he has not been indicted, Your Honor. So we're asking for a bond not to exceed $25,000 on both counts. So $25,000 total, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Malkin.
Thank you. The state is requesting $50,000, 25 on each count.
All right. No drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. You can have an income monitor paid for by the county with a 24-hour curfew, court, lawyer, medical, employment, basic life necessities. As long as you supply the place of employment schedule and the exact location you're going to be working and proof that you have a job there.
Your Honor, one additional thing, I'm sorry. I forgot to mention that I did provide a waiver of prosecution that was submitted by the complaining witness to ADA Hutcherson, and I can also forward that to the ADA Malkin, but she is not in fear of her life from this person, and she does want him to get a bond and to be released. My apologies.
No, that's fine. I understand that. I think one of these is where he actually violated one of my temporary protective orders, so I remember him. Let's see, stay away from 1151 Windsor Street in Atlanta, Georgia. No further contact with Sherry Hunter. No further contact with Chris Franks. 25,000 each count. Best of luck to you, sir. You can leave the booth. And I've added this to my email already. All right, Demetrius Williams. Ms. Gowdy is position 16, Bostic, 22, CP 213481. 220 days without indictment, VGCSA, possession of methamphetamine, possession of a knife or a firearm during the commission of certain felonies, knowingly driving a motor vehicle on suspended or canceled or revoked registration, no insurance, driving without a valid license, defective or brake lights or turn signal. Pre-trial. And there's $19,250 bond as of 1/31. Sorry, Boston.
14 prior arrests, couple of arrests for probation violations, 3 FTAs, misdemeanor battery in 08. Currently on probation, 22 SC 180892, sentence just a little bit less than a month ago, 5/3/23, controlled substance 2 meth, 1 year confinement, 4 years probation. Also sentenced for an arson, 14 SC 129650, sentence 2/25/15, 4 years confinement, 16 years probation. Nothing further.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Gowdy.
And yes, Your Honor, before the court is Mr. Williams. He is 37 years old. As the court is aware, he's been in custody now for the past 220 days, Your Honor. He has previously already come before this court to ask for a bond reduction. Additionally, he had his prelim back in January of this year, Your Honor. And since then, he has not been indicted. I represent Mr. Williams in his 22 SC matter in front of Judge DeFore, Your Honor. Prior to us taking that plea, we did reach out to the DA's office to ask them to consider accusing the CP case, Your Honor, so that both cases could be pled out at the same time. Unfortunately, the case was not accused by the DA's office, which did not allow Mr. Williams to take a plea to both cases at that time. He was willing and ready to take a plea at that time to both cases. And in particular, we already had a inpatient drug program already set up for Mr. Williams for him to go to directly after taking his plea, Your Honor. That program is still available for him. It is the Hope House program, Your Honor, here in Fulton County. Because it is inpatient, he would be residing at that program. I do have an acceptance letter from the director of that program, Judge. What we are asking for, because the state did not accuse the case, because he was not able to handle both of these cases back in May of this year at the same time, we're asking for a significant bond reduction so that he would be able to afford the services of the bail project and then be able to go to that inpatient program. Judge DeFore was also made aware of the fact that he wanted the CP case accused and wanted to attend the inpatient program, Judge. As it pertains to bond, we're going to ask the court to consider the following. There are, I count, 4 driving offenses, Judge. We're asking for all of those to be UGRs through the jail. There's 8,000 on the possession of methamphetamine. He just pled out to a case for possession of methamphetamine. He has admitted and has spoken openly about the fact that he has addiction issues and addiction concerns, Judge. So we're asking for that to be reduced from 8,000 to about 1,000, and we'll ask for the firearm to not exceed 5,000, Judge. That is our request at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Malkin?
The state would request a $10,000 bond. He was on probation for that arson case, lengthy sentence in that case. Thank you.
All right. No drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. Stay out of College Park. No driving unless you have valid driver's license, insurance, and registration. So no driving at all until you have a valid driver's license, registration, and insurance. 2,000, 5,000, 150, 150, 150, UJR jail. 2,000, 5,000, 150, 150, 150, and UJR jail. Best of luck to you, sir. I just added that name to my list, Ms. Gowdy. Ms. Gowdy, are your motions tonight the same as they were last time? Like they've been on pre-trial for the 4 months, etc.?
4 out of the 5, yes, Judge. And so told by Bossy to go ahead and draft orders for those 4.
Okay.
And the 5th one is slightly different. So we'll wait till the end of the calendar. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Sterling Forest. Position 7, Bostic 22 CP 211139. 304 days without indictment. $8,000 good bond as of November the 14th, 2022. Arson in the 1st degree. Pre-trial.
Only arrest in Georgia has a whole indicator for arson. Nothing further.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Cho.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Forrest previously was accepted into Hope House. There are 2 holds outstanding that I'm aware of, and so we're not able to get him there. The court would consider doing a UJR and a detainer. We'd ask the court to consider that UJR to the holds, a detainer to bring him back to Fulton County so that once the holds are resolved, we can place him into Hope House. I do have a letter of acceptance. So this is one of those situations, Your Honor, where there's not much left we can do until it proceeds further down the procedural path. And so there is a good reason why Mr. Forrest was accepted into Hope House. Those reasons still remain. And that's the situation we're in. I believe at this point, we are verging very close to per se violation of constitutional right to a speedy trial. Would ask that you add Mr. Forrest to the list, nothing further.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Malkin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, the state's very concerned about the hold indicator for another arson charge. The state would request a $5,000 bond.
All right. No drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. Stay away from 383 Irvin Street in Atlanta, Georgia. You're going to have an ankle monitor paid for by the county with a 24-hour curfew, court, lawyer, medical, employment, or any program that Mr. Cho gets you into. And employment, as long as you supply the name of your employer, proof of employment, schedule, exact location you're going to be working. You also have 48 hours to have that ankle monitor placed on your ankle once you get released from your other holds. So we'll make it a $3,000 good bond. Maybe you can get down the street and get back in here. Best of luck to you, sir. And I've just put that in my email. All right,
Thank
let's
you.
see. Carlton Phillips. Carlton Phillips. No Carlton Phillips. What about Frederick Bryant? All right, position 3, Bostic. 23 CP 215258, 145 days without indictment, robbery by force, simple battery, $10,000 split bond as of January the 9th with no bond on the robbery by force. Pre-trial.
26 prior arrests, capital offense in the 80s of prior robbery, misdemeanor, couple arrests for probation violation, criminal trespass damage, 22823, open case 21 CP 199735 for robbery, open case 21 CR 0022559G for battery. Nothing further.
All right. Go ahead, Ms.
I'm
Clark.
here, Your Honor. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Young. In regards to Mr. Bryant has now been in custody for 145 days in a continuous no bond status. He did have a preliminary hearing back in February in front of Judge Drake. At this time, Mr. Bryant is 55 years old, a lifelong resident of the Metro Atlanta area, high school graduate, and did attend some college. Prior to his incarceration, he was gainfully employed. He worked in car detailing, as well as some local security jobs. The address that you see reflected in Odyssey is an address that has been verified. That address is Mr. Bryant's sister's address, and that has been verified with her. Prior to today, the attorneys working on this case were able to secure Mr. Bryant placement in a program. However, due to how long he's been in a no bond status, that position has now come and gone. So we're hoping that with a bond today, we would be able to reconnect with that program and hopefully send Mr. Bryant on his way, given that it has now been so long and this case has still not been indicted. At this time, I'm asking Your Honor to set a bond not to exceed $5,000 on the whole case. Thank you, Judge.
Go ahead, Mr. Malkin.
Thank you. The state would request a $50,000 bond total, 40 on the robbery, 10 on the simple battery, considering that Mr. Bryant already has a pending open robbery case, as well as his other criminal history. Thank you.
No drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons, no further contact with first name K-A-A-L-E-A-S-E, McCray, M-C-C-R-A-Y. Stay away from 960 Oakland Avenue. You're going to have an ankle monitor paid for by the county with a 24-hour curfew. Court, lawyer, medical, employment. As long as you supply the name of your employer, proof of employment schedule, and the exact location you're going to be working in any program that Mr. Young gets you into, you can participate in that. 20,000 count 1, 8,000 count 2. Best of luck to you, sir. You can leave the booth. What about Carlton Phillips? In yet? All right, there we go. Position 18, Bostic, 23 CP 216515, 98 days without indictment, no bond as of February the 25th. Terroristic threats, felony obstruction, aggravated assault. Pre-trial.
4 prior arrests, 2 felonies from the 90s, 2 misdemeanors, nothing further.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Phillips is 50 years old. He lived in Georgia for the last 7 years of his life. He graduated high school in 1989, then completed some college as well. He has multiple children and grandchildren who live in the Georgia area as well. At the time of his arrest, he was collecting SSI due to a number of MH and physical health diagnoses. Based on the information presented about his history, being 50 years old with only 4 cycles, his last 2 felonies being his only 2 felonies being from the 90s. I also believe at this point he has been in past 90 days, so he is entitled to a bond today. I'm asking the court to consider a total bond in this case not to exceed $10,000. Good.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Malkin.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, that does not seem terribly unreasonable, given what we've heard. The state would consent to that.
Is that 10,000 total?
Yes,
10,000 total, yeah, yes.
3, 3, and 4. 3,000, 3,000, 4,000. No drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. No further contact with Brian Soto or Valencia Foreman. Stay away from 2484 Calvin Avenue. You have ankle monitor paid for by the county with a 24-hour curfew, court, lawyer, medical, employment. As long as you supply the name of your employer, like proof of employment schedule, the exact location you'll be working, and also basic life necessities. Best of luck to you, sir. You can leave the booth. What about Ashard Williams? Ashard Williams. No Ashard Williams. What about Quentin Wilson? All right, thank you, sir. All right, let's see. Possession, let's see. 23 CP 2157, 474. 139 days without indictment. Possession of a firearm or knife by a convicted felon. Possession of a firearm or knife during the commission of a felony. Possession of cocaine, public indecency, and willful obstruction, misdemeanor, no bond as of January the 16th. Preach. Wow. Number 2 on the add-on.
Currently, on probation for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon firearm by 5/23/16, 6 years confinement, 9 years probation. Nothing further.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Malkin.
All right, let's see. Should the defense attorney go first?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Mr. Singleton, I'm so sorry. I don't even know who you are anymore. You barely show up. It's good to see you again. Yes, go ahead. He's silent but deadly when he works. Go ahead when he gets here and starts working. Go ahead, Mr. Singleton. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wilson is 44 years old, Your Honor. Has lived his entire life here in the state of Georgia. His entire family lives here. He does have one child that is 21 years old that he's in contact with, that I've been in contact with plenty of times since he's been incarcerated. He does have his GED for work. He was working, doing laundry and housekeeping at the Marriott, and he does believe that that job is still available to him upon his release, Your Honor. He is currently on a no bond status. His address on file is his valid address, Your Honor. At this time, we are asking for a reasonable bond to be set. We're asking for a split bond, Your Honor. We're asking for a UJR on the 2 misdemeanors, 5,000 on each firearm charge, Your Honor. I believe that is usually the minimum that the courts will consider doing. And then for the possession charge, Your Honor, we're asking for a UJR on that as well. He's already had his preliminary hearing on March 7th of this year, where the case has been bound over, but still no indictment, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, go ahead now, Mr. Malkin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Because he was on probation for various weapons offenses at the time of this offense, as we heard from pretrial, the state requests a total bond of $25,000.
All right, no drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. Stay away from 639 Morosco, Morosgo Drive Northeast. You have ankle monitor paid for by the county with a 24-hour curfew. Court, lawyer, medical, employment. As long as you supply the name of your employer, proof of employment schedule, in the exact location you're going to be working. 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 1,000, and 1,000. 5, 5, 5, 1, and 1. Best of luck to you, sir. And position one, Prometheus Walls was indicted, right, Ms. Pinto?
I thought it was just one charge, one position, and not
just position 1. I don't think 2 was indicted, was it? Ms.
Right. For some reason, one of the cases was indicted, but not the other.
So position 1 I think was the one indicted.
correct.
Yes.
All right. So, Mr. Walls.
Your Honor, that actually concludes my business. May I be excused?
Yes, sir. Have a good evening. Good to see you.
You too.
All right. So one of your cases, sir, is indicted. Ms. Pinto can chat about that with you later. And on that one, there's still that 31, unless they added some charges or did something different, there's still the $31,000 good bond on that. So I'm not sure what your indictment was for exactly. But I got 22 CP 212386, Prometheus Walls, 259 days without indictment, burglary in the first degree. There's an $18,000 good bond as of March the 1st, 2023. Preach! Wow!
Judge, it's those two cases, and then there was another case that was indicted, and then he has another open case. 21 CP 205171, 24 prior arrests, 3 felonies, convictions, 1 arrest for probation violation, arrest in Michigan. Nothing further.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Pinto.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Walls has been incarcerated 259 days. He's 49. He turns 50 on the 11th of this month. He does have a bond on the indicted case, which I thought it was 31,000 as well, but then it looks like it's 34,000. Regardless, we are, of course, still asking for a reduction on the unindicted case. He has been deemed eligible for a bond, Judge, so now it's just a matter of trying to find one that is actually reasonable for someone in his position. We do have a good address for him where he'll reside on Pierce Road. If released, that's where he lives with his wife and his mother-in-law, and then their children. He does have 5 children, ranging in age from 29 to 10. And then he has and then his wife also has children. So there's 7 children total, 6 grandchildren total. They all live in the Atlanta area. So he has strong ties to this community. He graduated from Northside High School in 1991. He also has a forklift certification and a mechanic certification. He unfortunately was unemployed at the time of his arrest due to an on-the-job accident. His last job was working as a forklift operator at DS Foods, but then he also did some landscaping, and he has spoken with them recently in May, and they said he can return to that job when he gets out. So those are further ties to the community. I don't understand why one case was indicted and another wasn't. Regardless, he's been in for a significant amount of time and only recently has seen this movement. Given that he has a pretty high bond on the indicted case, Judge, we would ask for a reduction down to 5,000 on the unindicted case.
All right, Mr. Malkin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have some familiarity with Mr. Wall's case, and we're going to ask the court not to do anything with the bond, but to leave it the same. And this case involves Mr. Walls allegedly going to the victim's residence on 4 separate occasions, and on at least 2 of them, possibly 3, shooting into the house and entering the house on 1 or 2 of the occasions. And on the 4th time that he entered, he was arrested in the house as he was carrying out a microwave from the house. The victims had to move out and are terrified of Mr. Walls and what he might do. They were home when he allegedly shot into the house. And so the case was recently indicted on Tuesday for multiple counts of aggravated assault, criminal damage in the first, and other related charges for 2 sets of victims, the family in the one house, and then a gentleman that lived next door that used to be Mr. Walls' employer and who's known him for about 15 years. So when I put the CP number for the number 2 case into Odyssey, the indicted case comes up. So I think that number 2 is part of number 1 as far as the indictment. It's a fairly broad indictment. It's got a lot of counts. I think it's got at least about a dozen counts, give or take. And a second case was also indicted, which is a drug case, which is not related to these allegations, but I believe it was a prior offense. So because of the danger that we believe Mr. Walls presents in in committing new crimes, as well as danger to the victims, as well as risk of intimidation of witnesses. The state is asking the court not to change the bond at all. In fact, it's in the works already for some grand jury warrants to be issued based on the indictment, based on additional new charges that were not included in the warrants that we already have.
6 North, booth 1, get your head up. All right. So without seeing that indictment list to see what, if this was included, I don't know, Miss Pinto. So, but here we go. So, because usually I email back if I see something, but I forgot to email back today and see if this was indicted with it. So I apologize. But no drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. Stay away from 625 Greenbrier Way in Atlanta, Georgia. Stay away from the city of South Fulton. No further contact with Johans, Yohance, Mitchell, and Ryan, Ryan Adams. You'll have an ankle monitor paid for by the county with a 24-hour curfew. Court, lawyer, medical, employment, as long as you supply the name of your employer, proof of employment schedule, the exact location you're supposed to be working, and obviously basic life skills. If there's a hold, you'll have 48 hours to have that ankle monitor placed on your ankle. But kind of in line with what I usually do when they show up again, unless it's something horrible, I kind of chip at it a little bit. So I'll reduce it to $15,000 good bond, but that doesn't release those other holds from you, sir. And I can't tell you what else could happen. Best of luck to you, sir.
Judge, I'm so sorry. He wears work boots for his job. Is there any way we could do the wrist monitor rather than an ankle monitor?
I understood. That's kind of up in the air whether or not it's there. If you can find out if they've worked out the contract things, let me know, and I'll be glad to amend it. But that's
I was under the impression they were.
Yeah, but now it's allegedly back up in the air if it applies to the Orca stuff at night. Anything, Miss Lewis? Do we have any update on that? I know Miss Gaston isn't on here tonight. Miss Lewis, do you know? She must not either. But see what? I will check up. I'll email Miss Gaston and copy you and Mr. Malkin. So if it is, then we can amend it and change it.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
And Your Honor, can we just add to the no contact, not just Johans Mitchell, but his entire family and residents?
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Isn't that the 625 Stonebriar?
I believe so.
Yeah, so no further contact with Johans Mitchell or any relatives or people that live at that address.
Thank you.
Miss Pinto, all right. If you don't get an email from me tonight, please remind me tomorrow, okay? I'm like juggling all these different counters, but I got it right here, so I'll send that email and hopefully they're going back and forth.
And what was the bond amount? I'm sorry.
15,000.
15, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
Yes, ma'am. Shaquan Mathis. All right. Position 12, Bostic, 23. Wait a minute. 23 CP 216069, 131 days without as of February the 9th. Hijacking a motor vehicle first degree. And 13, 23 CP 215635, 131 days without indictment. There's a $2,500 split bond with possession of firearm or knife during the commission of or attempt to commit certain felonies, theft by taking felony, purchase, possession, manufacture, distribution, sale of marijuana. Ms. Correa, it looks like Jet Bonding he's posted that $2,500 bond. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor. The only one that's left is the remaining hijacking charge.
Okay. So, did pretrial come off of those other charges though after?
No. So what occurred is that he had first appearance on the case that you just read out. And then when his mother went to go bond him out, these additional warrants popped up. So he has been in continuous custody. This is not a situation where he was out on bond, committed a new offense and came back to the jail. These were added warrants where he had another first appearance the following day after his mom tried to bond him out.
All right. I just want to make sure so nothing pops up on that. All right. Bostic, pre-trial.
Only prior arrest.
All right. Go ahead, Miss Correa.
Thank you, Your Honor. That is correct. Mr. Mathis only has one prior cycle. He is 17 years old. The address you see reflected in Odyssey is a good address for him. That is the address he has had his entire life. At the time of his arrest, he was attending Creekside High School. Of course, this arrest has derailed his education, but he is eager to return to school and to get his education back on track. He was also working at the Crystals in East Point. He was doing that in a part-time capacity in order to help support himself and his daughter. At this point, I believe his daughter would be about 6 months old. She's also here in the Metro Atlanta area, Your Honor. And he has been involved in her life. I have been in contact with his mother. As I mentioned, she did attempt to bail her son out when these additional warrants popped up. So at this stage, he has now been in continuous custody for 131 days in a no bond status that you see before you today. There was he has had his preliminary hearing. He had his preliminary hearing back on March 15th in front of Judge Drake, where another charge was dismissed. So at this time, Your Honor, I'm asking for you to set a bond on the charge before you. I'm asking for that bond not to exceed $5,000. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Malcolm.
With 2 serious arrests at age 17 and the hijacking and what that necessarily involves because of the elements of the crime, the state requests a $50,000 bond for the hijacking.
All right. No drugs. He's going to live in Conley, right, Miss?
Yes, let me just confirm where Creekside High School is.
Is it still going to be Conley, Georgia, where you're going to live, sir?
Yes, that's the family address.
Okay. All right. No drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. Stay away from 3749 Main Street in College Park. No further contact with BELEL. Last name Alwana, ALWNA. Have an income monitor paid for by the county with a 24-hour curfew. Court, lawyer, medical, employment. As long as you supply the name of your employer, proof of employment, schedule, and the exact location you're going to be working. Also, sir, stay out of Fulton County unless you're for court or to see your lawyer. $40,000 good bond. Best of luck to you, sir.
Your Honor, so I looked it up. Creekside High School is in the Fairburn, South Fulton area. And then if we could also ask for basic life necessities, such as caring for his daughter.
Basic life necessities, and he's gonna go to that school, right?
That is the intention if they'll take him back, yes.
All right. Well, he could go there for education, but he has to approve it as far as coming back to Fulton County, because Conley's a long way away from South Fulton. If he's going to live in Conley. Conley's like on Moreland Avenue.
I'm not sure of the logistics. I just know that is the physical address where he resides. That's where he lives with his grandparents. I believe maybe his mother may be living someplace else, and that's how he's enrolled in that district. But that's just the information that I have.
I got you. So court, lawyer, education. If he proves that he's enrolled, then he's going. But don't show up. If you're not going, then you can't go. $40,000. Best of luck to you, sir. And we can add basic life necessity.
Thank you, Judge.
Ramona Townsend. All right. 15, Bostic 22, CP 209161. 379 days without indictment. Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Possession of firearm by a convicted felon. Possession of a knife or a firearm during the commission of certain felonies. $40,000 good bond as of February the 9th.
Couple of felonies, an old armed robbery in the 90s, 2018 financial ID fraud, 1 arrest for probation violation, 1 misdemeanor. Nothing further.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Clayton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Townsend is 49 years old. He's a lifelong resident of the state of Georgia. He has been in custody for over a year. I believe he's had 2 bond hearings in that time. Initially, the bond was set at $45,000 and then reduced by Your Honor back in February to $40,000. Mr. Townsend it has no ability to pay a bond that high. We have gotten him housing and treatment at the Hope House on Washington Street. If he is released, that's where he would go to. Considering that this case has been without indictment for over a year at this point, we would ask the court to consider reducing his bond substantially to the amount of $10,000, which is an amount that he may still not be able to make, but is at least a little bit more realistic in terms of the potential of him being able to post that bond.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Malkin.
He shot the victim in this case, allegedly, so the state would request a $35,000 bond.
All right, let's see. 20,000, 5,000, 5,000. Best of luck to you, sir. Let's see. Stay away from 1940 Fisher Road, Southeast. No drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. You have an income monitor paid for by the county with a 24-hour curfew. Court, lawyer, medical, employment, and basic life necessities. You have to let the ankle monitoring company know name of employer, proof of employment, schedule, the exact location you're going to be working, and no further contact with Brandon LaFleur, Leflore. Best of luck to you, sir. And I've already placed that in my email to send to them about the number of cases that need to be. At least I got a couple indicted this last thing.
Your Honor, that concludes my business. May I be excused?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Have a good evening. Johnny Norman. And Mr. Cho, you're on both of these? Mr. Cho. Mr. Cho. Are you on both the Johnny Norman cases?
Yes, sorry.
Oh, okay. All right, Johnny Norman, we got 10 and 11. 22 CP 211510, Johnny Norman, 291 days without indictment, $150,000 good bond as of November the 21st, 2022. Armed robbery, ag assault, possession of a knife or a firearm during the commission of a felony. Position 11, 22 CP 211511, 291 days without indictment, $200,000 good bond as of 11/21/22. Armed robbery, ag assault, possession of a knife or firearm during the commission of a felony, and theft by taking felony. Rob.
3 prior arrests, other open cases, 21 CP 203005. Criminal trespass, carrying a weapon in school safety zone, 21 CP 203003. False statements. Nothing further.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Cho.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we are requesting a substantive reduction for both cases, emphasizing to the court, Mr. Norman is innocent until proven guilty. And Judge, we are approaching the threshold where, I'll just say it like this, 365 days without indictment would be presumptively prejudicial against my client's right to a speedy trial. Judge, Mr. Norman denies these charges. He is a Fulton County resident. In the case ending in 511, the complaining witness claims that the person who made these allegations described the individual as someone who was 5'4". As the jail booking screen indicates, Mr. Norman is 5'11". Judge, we are asking for a substantive reduction at this time and to please add him to the list of cases that are in need of extra attention, nothing further.
All right, is he going to live in Fulton County?
Fulton County, that's correct.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Malcolm.
The state requests a $100,000 bond on both cases.
Total, right, in aggregate, both of them together?
Yes, total. Thank you.
All right, let's see. 20,000 on position 10, 20,000, 20,000, 10,000. No drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. Stay away from 352 University Avenue. I think that's all over there near Clark, Atlanta. So stay away from all the Black Historical College campuses over there. Can't go on any of them. No further contact with Zana Pouncey, Pouncey. You're going to have ankle monitor paid for by the county with a 24-hour curfew. Court, lawyer, medical, employment. As long as you supply the name of your employer, proof of employment, schedule, and the exact location you're going to be working. Also, basic life necessities. So that's 20,000, 20,000, 10,000. Position 11. 20,000, 20,000, 5,000, 5,000. 20,000, 20,000, 5,000, 5,000. No drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. Stay away from 1600 Prior Road Southwest. No further contact with Jaron, J-A accent R-O-N, Gail, G-A-Y-L-E. You have an income monitor paid for by the county with a 24-hour curfew, court, lawyer, medical, employment. As long as you supply the name of your employer, proof of employment schedule, and the exact location you're going to be working. You have to supply that to the ankle monitoring company and to your lawyer, and also basic life necessities. So that's 20,000, 20,000, 5,000, 5,000. Best of luck to you, sir. You can leave the booth. And the name is included. I just did it. About Tobias Jackson. All right, Mr. Jackson, position 8 and 9. Bostic, 22 CP 211293, 299 days without indictment. Criminal damage property, second degree, $3,000 good bond as of December the 8th. Then I got 23 CP 216438, 299 days, but not on this count without indictment. Arson in the first degree. There's a $5,000 good bond as of February the 22nd, 2023. Raw.
Extensive criminal history, 42 prior arrests, at least 10 felonies, history of theft by shopliftings, FTAs, 2 pre-arrest or probation violation, prior arrest for prior conviction for aggravated assault. Nothing further.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Cho.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Jackson's been in custody for a while. We acknowledge that the bonds are close to as low as they'll go. We are asking the court to consider UJR. Mr. Jackson is 45, has 10th grade education, and has his GED. He's a lifelong resident of Georgia, and he's a Fairburn resident, Your Honor. Judge, I will just emphasize that the new case was at 901 Rice Street. Per the warrant, it says that deputy at the jail, or detention officer at the jail, stomped out a small fire. That is what this charge is all about, for the second position on the calendar for Mr. Jackson. Ultimately, Judge, we are asking for a reduction in bond at this time. He has been in jail for some time now. Nothing further.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Malcolm.
The state would request a $2,000 and $4,000 bond.
All right. Position 8, got a $2,000 good bond. No drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. Stay away from 111 Cone Street in Atlanta, Georgia. That's all Holiday Inn hotels. Like I said, no drugs, no alcohol, no weapons. $2,000 good bond. Position 9, no drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. No flammable materials used to start fires. You can't walk around with a bottle of gasoline, matches, lighters, things like that. Ankle monitor paid for by the county with a 24-hour curfew, court, lawyer, medical, employment. As long as you supply the name of your employer, proof of employment schedule, and the exact location you're going to be working. Also, basic life necessities, $4,000 good bond. Best of luck to you, sir. You can leave the booth.
Your Honor, that concludes my business. May I be excused?
Yes, sir. Have a good evening.
And thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Deputy Malcolm.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cho. Good night.
Good night.
Richard Williams. All right. All right, Ms. Kennebrew. So this is a couple of positions there, Bostic. 21 CP 202269, 205 days without indictment. Have they came off of that bond? It was a $35,000 bond. Oh, I'm sorry. It was no bond on this one. Wait a minute. It's a $15,200 good bond. But Alpha Bonding, it looked like it had posted something on this, Ms. Kennebrew. Has it?
So the only position that I saw that was revoked was position 269. So I believe that's position 20. Yes. So this one has been revoked.
All right. That's okay. But has he made bond on the other ones?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
He needs bond reduction in all three cases.
Okay, because so somebody came off of it because of the alpha bonding. Okay. All right, 21 CP 202269. Is it a chart? I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Williams, 205 days without indictment. Willful obstruction of a law enforcement officer by use of threats or violence. Removal or attempt removal of a weapon from a public official. Simple battery against a peace officer. No bond as of January the 9th. 21 CP 202273, 205 days without indictment, ag assault, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. There's a $20,000 good bond as of June the 16th, 2022. 22 CP 213867, 205 days without indictment. There is a $8,500 good bond as of 2/28/23 for VGCSA, possession of controlled substance in Schedule 1 or 2, possession of marijuana, Possession, sale, manufacture, distribution of marijuana, and possession of drug-related objects. Preach. Rah.
In regards to this defendant, 13 prior arrests, other open case 20 SC 16819 aggravated assault firearm during cruelty in the third. Oh, no, he's on probation for that. 12/9/20, 6 months confinement, 6 years, 6 months probation. Also 19 SC 169-119, 12/9/20, 3 years probation. And 20 SC 179-859, drug-related objects, cocaine sentence. 12/9/20, nothing further.
All right. Go ahead, Ms. Kennebrew.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Williams has been in custody for 205 days without an indictment. His current bond on one case, as you stated, was $8,500. Another one, he doesn't have a bond. And then the last one is a $20,000 bond. He is 25 years old. He does have a valid address here in Fulton County where he can reside. He did graduate from high school. He is the proud father of 2 children. He was working at Family Dollar and a food vending prior to being arrested. On one case, he was arrested in November 9th of 2022. He had a preliminary hearing March 3rd of 2023, and his case still has yet to be indicted. So on position 20, we're asking for a bond not to exceed $10,000. On position 21, we're asking for a bond not to exceed $10,000. And on position 22, we're asking for a $5,000 bond, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Malcolm.
Thank you. The state would consent to Ms. Kennebrew's request for position 22, the $5,000 bond. On position 21, the state requests a $15,000 bond. And on position 20, which is currently no bond, the state requests a $20,000 bond.
All right.
A total of $40,000.
All right, position 20. No drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons, no further contact with Officer Goss, Goss, unless it's in their official capacity. You have an ankle monitor paid for by the county with a 24-hour curfew, court, lawyer, medical, employment. As long as you supply the name of your employer, proof of employment schedule, and the exact location you're going to be working. Also, basic life necessities. Stay away from 2471 Old National Highway. That's all travel lodge, hotels, motels, whichever it's called there. That ankle monitor is paid for by the county. If it's got a hole, sir, there'll be 48 hours for you to have that ankle monitor placed on your ankle once you get released from your hold. So got 5,000, 10,000, and 5,000. 5,000, 10,000, 5,000. On position 21. No drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons, no further contact with Tiaka, Tiakka, Hammonds, Hammonds. You have the ankle monitor paid for by the county with a 24-hour curfew, court, lawyer, medical, employment. As long as you supply the name of your employer, proof of employment schedule, and the exact location you're going to be working. Stay away from 1991 Delow Drive in Atlanta, Georgia. So I'll do 10,000 and 4,000. Position 22. So we got 3,000, 2,000 at UJR jail. 3,000, 2,000 UJR jail. No drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. Stay away from 3749 Campbellton Road. You also have ankle monitor paid for by the county with a 24-hour curfew, court, lawyer, medical, employment. As long as you provide the name of your employer, proof of employment schedule, exact location you'll be working. Best of luck to you, sir. I put that in my email already.
Thank you, Your Honor. And that concludes my business. May I be excused?
Yes, ma'am. Have a good evening.
You as well. And you too, ADA Malcolm. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennebrew. You as well. Bye-bye.
Judge, when you get a moment, can I make an announcement as it relates to Mr. Dim, which is position number 6?
Right, go ahead.
The conflict defender, Mr. Olof, reached out to me. He wants that case reset because he doesn't have notes in order to be able to go forward.
Okay. So, Mr. Dim, your case has been assigned to what they call a conflict defender. So that means that there's a conflict and Ms. Rosenhover can no longer be your lawyer for whatever reason. There's a professional conflict. So Brian Olaf Olaf, I think I always pronounce it wrong. Think about the Golden Girls or something. Mr. Olaf is going to be your public defender or your attorney from now on. So we'll reset this to another date. But right now you still have that $245,000 good bond as of March 2023. So it'll be time for us to readdress it. We'll get it on another calendar. Okay. Thank you, sir. You can leave the booth. And we should have Mikhail Floyd. Thumbs up. Is that you, Mikhail Floyd? All right, we got you. Ms. Rosenhuber, we got 21 CP 204637, 620 days without indictment, arson in the first degree, interference with government property, $16,000 good bond as of March the 2nd, 2023. However, that's not why he was here in the first place. And then we got 22 CP 212019, 620 days without indictment, criminal damage to property, second degree, and interference with government property. There's a $2,000 bond as of March the 2nd, 2023. Pre-trial.
10 prior arrests, prior robbery, prior arrest for probation violation, open case 22 SC 180-357 arson, 22 SC 184-369 armed robbery obstruction, battle with substantial visible harm, given false name assigned to Judge Eaton. Nothing further.
All right.
And good evening, Your Honor. This is Phil Clark with the Public Defender's Office. I am representing Mr. Floyd. I filed a substitution this afternoon, so I can proceed.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. The current bonds he's sitting on, we are asking the court to reduce those to unsecured judicial releases. He is sitting on that $16,000 bond on the 21 CP case, the $2,000 bond on the 22 CP case, both of which have requirements that he be subject to GPS monitoring. We don't object to that being a continuing requirement. What I can inform the court is that Mr. Floyd is 32 years old, a lifelong Atlanta resident. He was born at Grady. That's where his family resides in the Atlanta area. With regards to his pending cases, Your Honor, there is a practical component to our request. Currently, one of the pending charges he's facing is an armed robbery in Judge Eaton's courtroom. We are currently set on a plea calendar for that next week, as well as a trial calendar with from my perspective, a strong possibility that we could be going to trial on the 22nd. Currently, I've I guess requested from the state their charging of these cases so we could potentially wrap everything up together if possible. That has not been accomplished yet. I would hate for us to go past the 5th or the 22nd and these cases still be holding Mr. Floyd. He does have a pending hold out of DeKalb County for a probation violation. He is on probation until June 22nd of 2024. So given the fact that the state has not charged these and he's been in 559 days on the 21 CP case without indictment, and then almost a year on the 22 CP case without indictment, we're asking the court to reduce this to a UJR. That way, if whatever happens with his other pending cases, these won't be holding Mr. Floyd up.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Malkin.
I wonder if it might be more appropriate for Judge Eaton to address the issue of bond since he's got the indicted case and they're about to go to trial. But at any rate, for position 26, the state would request a $100,000 bond. And on position 27, does he have a $2,000 bond on that case?
So there's 16 on one, right, and 2,000 on the other. And it was basically because I think at one time it was no bond status on the Eaton case, wasn't it?
That's correct. He has currently on his armed robbery charge, he has a $265,000 good security bond.
Right. Sorry. Well, similar to no bond, probably.
Okay, I was looking at the wrong entry, I guess. So he's got a $16,000 bond on the arson case. So we would ask that it not be changed, given the Mr. Floyd's circumstances and about to go to trial. And then same with the other case, that they just not be changed.
All right, position 26. I just know, well, you might not, Mr. Clark, or kind of chip away at it unless there's a strong reason not to most of the time. No drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. You have an income monitor paid for by the county with a 24-hour curfew. Also, you can't deal with any other flammable materials. Can't have any of that. Lighters, matches, gasoline, kerosene. All right, and on the income monitor, court, lawyer, medical, and employment, as long as you supply the name of your employer, proof of employment schedule, exact location you're going to be working. And also, sir, you'll be for basic life necessities. So we'll do 13,000 and 1,000. 13,000 and 1,000 for position 27. No drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. You have an income monitor paid for by the county with a 24-hour curfew. Court, lawyer, medical, employment, as long as you supply the name of your employer, proof of employment schedule, exact location you'll be working. Also, you can't have any flammable materials, matches, lighters, flamethrowers, gasoline, kerosene. Can't have any of that with you. So we'll do 1,000 and then 500 on count two. 1,000 and 500 on count two. Best of luck to you, sir. And I've included this in my email to Madam DA is for cases that need to be indicted that've been incarcerated for a very, very long time. Best of luck to you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Your Honor. That concludes my business. May I be excused?
Yes, sir. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right. So the only person I really need on here is Miss Gowdy. Everybody else, y'all can leave. Y'all don't have to stay here. I mean, besides the typical people. Miss Safrasi, we're done. You can leave. So, all right, Miss Gowdy. So, Mr. Malcolm, we're at that same spot where we had cases where they've been on pretrial long enough. So
Right.
on these, so which one is not the sir? You can leave the booth. We're finished. Which one is not similar to the one the other night, Miss?
Yeah, so number one, her closure order was not put in after I filed the motion, but she's similar to Tuesday night, so I'll do an order for Your Honor to sign. Number two, she's on the Zoom call right now, Tasha Chapman. Her order has not been put in, but similar to Tuesday, I can do the order tonight. Number three is different. So, Your Honor, he was rearrested on May the 20th of this year for possession of cocaine here in Fulton County. Judge Holly Hughes did give him a $5,000 bond. I can pull up the CP number for Your Honor. The CP number, the new CP number is 23 CP 218639. It's a loiter prowl and possession of his controlled substance. In total, it's a $6,000 good bond, Judge. Our contention is that at the time that I filed the motion to remove pretrial from the bond order in the 22 CP 213875 case, Your Honor, he had been under pretrial supervision for approximately 5 going on 6 months, Judge, and therefore the case should have been closed out per the closure order, Your Honor. I will also point as an example to Marcus Smith, who's on the add-on calendar. Shanita Benz is also on the add-on calendar, as well as Shaquilla Jones. They're all on the add-on calendar. All of the cases were closed out per standing order after I filed my motion, Your Honor. And so as such, Mr. Bell's case could have been treated similarly. I also have an email from his pretrial officer saying they were planning on closing out on May the 8th, but they did it because I had filed the motion, Judge. I'm not really sure why not. As we discussed Tuesday, it appears that removal from pretrial seems to be kind of instantaneous thing. As soon as your 4 months rolls around, as long as the email is sent to the DA's office, you're automatically removed from pretrial service supervision. I'm not really sure why Mr. Bell wasn't given the same treatment, Your Honor, but in any event, because of him picking up the 23 CP case, Judge Hughes did do a bond surrender, or pretrial did a bond surrender for the 22 CP case, Your Honor. So it's our contention that had the closure order already been put in place, there wouldn't have been an opportunity for Judge Hughes to revoke bond in the 22 CP case, Your Honor. So I think the remedy that I'm seeking at this point is just for Mr. Bell to have UJAR through the jail on both of those offenses, Judge, because again, had the closure order been put in place in time, there wouldn't have been an opportunity for Judge Hughes to remove from pretrial.
Mr. Malcolm.
Thank you. Well, first, I appreciate the candor from Ms. Gowdy, and long time no see from this afternoon with Judge Drake. But it's sort of a woulda, coulda, shoulda, might have, okay, but he's committed a new offense allegedly, and so the state doesn't think that he should be rewarded for that, and so the state is opposed to the ankle monitor being removed from Mr. Bell, and so it looks like he's looking at a possible no bond situation there. So the state's opposed to that removal based on the new arrest.
So I guess she wouldn't even remove from pretrial because pretrial surrendered it on the 31st, right?
Yeah, it's not an ankle monitor, just a pretrial.
Yeah. So, but it shows he's not in custody.
No, he is in custody. He's under a new booking number, Judge.
Oh, that's why it's not showing up. Okay.
Was he not in custody at the time of the motion, or was he in custody?
He wasn't in custody at the time of the motion. No, he just got rearrested 2 weeks ago.
All right, so you want to address bond. She wants that bond as a UJR to the jail.
Oh. State's opposed to that.
All right, so how about what's his bond on the other case, Ms. Gowdy? You said 6?
It's 6,000. And so again, had he not been rearrested, he would be treated like the other 4 on the add-on calendar tonight, Judge. He'd be removed. And it's our contention that the removal should have been filed by now, prior to him being rearrested, Judge.
So here's what we'll do. We'll do something minimum case, I don't know, something. All right, no drugs, no alcohol, no weapons, no driving until he has a valid driver's license. So we'll do 500 on each count.
Okay, that's fine, Judge. I appreciate it.
All right, so 500 on each count. Are you going to do that one, or you want?
I can do it if the clerk's office prefers me to do that order. I can. Would it be a bond modification for the clerk's office, Ms.
Yeah,
Rowe?
I guess, yeah.
I was waiting for Ms. Rowe to respond.
No.
I'm sorry, Ms. Gowdy. Yeah, you can go on and do it. It would be like it's like an amended bond.
Okay, I can do that. All right, thank you.
All right, anything else? I think that's it, right?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Judge.
All right, and so you got your client on here, Ms. Chapman. You just gonna, you need to tell her anything?
No, I can tell her. I can call her.
All right. All right, looks like that's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you all.
All right.
Have a good one, y'all.
All right, you too. Thanks, LT.
Damn it, you're right. I'm losing my game. I'm sorry, it is Alter, I bet.
Pay attention. All right, we're gonna start with.
Is this? Good job. That was good. Okay, let's play a couple more. That just throws a little loop there.
Bond. That's all we're going to go over today is bond. Most of you are not going to get to talk. Your lawyers don't want you to talk. If you talk, it's not going to help you. So they do not want you to talk. All right. When I call your name, wave your hand the best you can. And Mr. Adams, I understand that you're in Cobb and it's hard because they have you in handcuffs. Okay. But I know that you're there. So we'll get through this as quickly as possible. Please make sure that when you get out of jail, if you don't have a copy of your bond order, that you reach out to your lawyer and get a copy of your bond order. They may mail you one today and it not be there when you bond out. So make sure that you reach out to them so that you can have a copy of your bond order and know all the conditions. All right. So we've got, let's see, is Bostic here? And do I have Miss Parham? Where is Miss Parham?
Miss Parham's here.
Bostic.
Hey, Judge.
Hey. All right. Now we got, all right. It's position 2. It was position 2. Antrell Adams, 201 days without indictment. 22 CP 213775. $105,200 good bond as of February the 23rd. We got VGCSA manufacture, possession, distribution of drug-free commercial zone, possession, purchase, manufacture, distribution, sale of marijuana, receipt, possession, or transport of firearm by a convicted felon or first offender, loitering or prowling drug-related objects, possession of Schedule 1 or 2 controlled substance with intent to distribute, times 1, 2, 3, 4. We got possession of a knife or a firearm during the commission of or attempt to commit certain felonies, willful obstruction, and another willful obstruction. Preach! Rah!
18 prior arrests.
You said 60, 60?
18,
Oh,
1-8.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
At least 4 felonies, controlled substance with intent, knife during Schedule 4, and prohibited item by inmate 2017, couple of simple battery, family violence, open cases, 18 CR 008641Y, 20 CR 001952Y, parole violation, probation violation.
All right, Go ahead, Ms. Safarasi.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Adams, as you said, has been incarcerated 201 days without an indictment. We had our preliminary hearing back in March of this year, which is where the current bond was set. We are asking for a bond not to exceed $30,000. A little bit about Mr. Adams is he's 34 years old. We do have a good address for him that he resides with his mom, and we do have good contact and have verified that he can stay there. He's a lifelong Georgia resident. He spent his whole life here, Your Honor. He has his whole family in Georgia, so we don't believe he's a flight risk. He has no failure to appear, from my understanding. So again, I believe he'll be able to come back to court with no problems. At the time of his arrest, he was working for Carver Market, which is an Amazon, and he was also working as an Amazon stalker, and he had that job since 2017. The Carver Market is also a focused community strategy, FCS, and it's a grocery store and a coffee shop. He is a nonprofit that helps the community, and he's been involved with that for many years, Your Honor. And his supervisor has indicated that he does want him back, so he will have employment once he gets released. Your Honor, because he's been in for such a long time without an indictment from the state, we are asking for this $30,000 bond. We're asking for significant reduction because of that. Mr. Adams does have some substance abuse issues that we have my social workers trying to get him into some programs, but as you probably have heard, a lot of the programs aren't accepting people right now, and so it's a very slow process. So, Your Honor, that's why we're asking for a $30,000 bond. Thank you.
And he's going to live in Fulton still, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Malcolm.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Honor.
Yeah.
With everything that we've heard from pretrial with multiple open cases and the rest of his record, the state requests an $80,000 bond. Thank you.
Okay, so we got, let's see. $5,000, $5,000, $10,000, $3,000. Drug-related objects is UJR jail. $3,000, $3,000, $3,000, $3,000, $10,000, $15,000.
Yes, bitches. Okay, somebody take over. I have to go to the bathroom quick.
5,000, 5,000, 10,000, 3,000. UJR jail with the drug-related objects. 3,000, 3,000, 3,000, 3,000, 10,000, 15,000, and 5,000. No drugs unless prescribed. No alcohol. No weapons. Gonna have an income monitor paid for by the county with a 24-hour curfew. Court, lawyer, medical. Employment, as long as you supply the name of your employer, proof of employment schedule, the exact location you're going to be working. Sir, that also includes basic life necessities. For instance, on your way home, if you have to stop at a grocery store that's on your way home, go on your way home. All right. Stay away from 4979 Old National Highway. Also, like I said, you have to supply the name of your employer, proof of employment schedule, and the exact location you're going to be working. Best of luck to you, sir. You can leave the booth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Was your total 65,000?
I didn't do it. The numbers, I just kind of rattled them.
I got you.
I just wrote them on the piece of paper. Sorry.
I got you, Your Honor. I believe it's 65. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Judge, before you begin, can I make a brief announcement?
Okay.
For Mr. Sherrill, I think he's in courtroom 2. I just wanted to let the jail know that his case is going to be reset for a conflict attorney. So,
Mr. Sherrill, your cases had to be reassigned to another attorney. So we will get your case reset and get you back as quickly as possible. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Deputy.
Judge, may I be excused?
Yes, sir. That was it. Absolutely. You too. That was quick.
Have a great Memorial Day weekend, Your Honor.
All right. You too.
Mr. Joe. See you.
All right. Let's see. ACDC. Hold on. Let me figure out. All right. Jason Lundy. Mr. Lundy. There you go, sir. Thank you. All right. 23 CP 216367. 96 days without indictment. No bond as of February the 20th. On possession of firearm by convicted felon. Pre-trial.
In regards to Mr. Lundy, 46 prior arrests, at least 9 felonies, ranging from robberies, theft by takings, burglaries, aggravated assault, aggravated batteries, a prior battery, family violence, 1 FTA, and 1 arrest for probation violation. Nothing further.
All right. Go ahead, Ms. Safarasi.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Lundy is, I'm sorry, Miss Lundy is 44 years old, Your Honor. We do have a good address for him in Atlanta. It is his mom's house that she's had for about 40 years now, so it is a stable address. And we do have good contact information for his mom as well as other members, many other members of his family. So I do believe we'll have no problems getting in contact with Mr. Lundy. He spent 96 days, Your Honor. That was without an indictment or preliminary hearing. He is set for preliminary hearing on June 13th of this year. A little bit about Mr. Lundy is that he was born and raised here in Georgia. His most of his family lives here, including his mom, his 3 sisters, as well as his children. He has 5 children, Your Honor, 2 adult daughters, and then 2 teenage sons, and then he has 1 child on the way that's due in August. He does have his GED. He is certified as an electrician, where he went to school for. At the time of his arrest, he was working as a chef at the Marriott in the airport, and he had that job for 1 year, and he's going to have it. He has confirmed that he's going to have that job when he gets out. Your Honor, he was at the Nicole House of Hope, which was a boarding house, and he is allowed to come back to the house. He actually had paid ahead, so it just ran out, Your Honor. And we are applying him other programs as well as to get in touch back with Nicole House. Your Honor, we do understand the charge and his history, but we are still asking for a bond not to exceed $5,000 so he can be able to get back to his boarding house, and then also so he can go back to work. Thank you.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Malcolm.
Thank you. Mr. Lundy has a huge record. The state requests a $20,000 bond.
All right. No drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. Stay away from 898 Virginia Avenue in Hateful, Georgia. $15,000 good bond. Best of luck to you, sir. You can leave the booth. All right. What about
It's 15, Mr. Lundy? I'm sorry, Your Honor. 15,000 is your total.
Edward Horde? All right, sir. Let's see. It's a position 10 Bostic 23 CP 216453. 93 days without indictment. We've got a $5,000 split bond as of 2/23. Possession of firearm by a convicted felon, seatbelt violation, and possession of marijuana less than an ounce. Pre-trial.
Four prior arrests, 2 prior burglaries, convictions, nothing further.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Cazzoli.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Horde is 33 years old. He lives with his grandmother at 2504 Susan Lane. I believe it's that's zip code 30331. Your Honor, he is a lifelong Georgia resident. He has 4 children, including two children who live with him. Your Honor, considering his relative lack of criminal history, we are asking for his current bond to be reduced to a UJR. If the court is not inclined, we're asking for a reduction in half to $2,500.
All right, yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Malcolm.
I guess the state can consent to the $2,500, Your Honor. He does have looks like a no bond hold on him.
Okay. 2,500 because I can't UJR the firearm. Still UJR on seatbelt violation, UJR on marijuana less than an ounce. No drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. Best of luck to you, sir. You can leave the booth. All right, Curtis Smith.
Judge, before you begin with them, ACDC is on.
Oh, all right, thank you. Good catch.
Spanish interpreter is present, Your Honor.
Oh, okay, there's Ms. Chavez. That would be Mr.
Position 1, Mr. Miguel Castillo, Your Honor.
Castillo. All right, Ms. Chavez, you swear or affirm you'll translate from English to Spanish, Spanish to English to the best of your knowledge, skills, and abilities.
I do, Your Honor.
All right. We got 23 CP 215786.
Tenemos 23 CP 215786.
Miguel Castillo.
Miguel Castillo.
119 days without indictment.
119 días sin ser acusado formalmente.
There is a $25,000 good bond as of January the 28th.
Tiene una fianza de $25,000 que se la dieron el 28 de enero.
Sure, Mr. Lang is waiving sounding. It's a CWAC charge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Su abogado, el señor Lang, no quiere que se lean los cargos. Es un cargo CWAC.
Plastic. Pre-trial.
Antecedentes.
Good job, Ms. Chavez.
3 prior arrests, 2 convictions for DUI, open case 23 CP 216770, aggravated assault, firearm during, weapon by inmate. Nothing further.
Go ahead, Mr. Lane.
The interpreter request repetition.
Oh yeah, Bostic, you forgot about Chavez.
3 prior, 2 convictions for DUI.
Bostic.
Oh, I was talking. 2 convictions for DUI. Open case 23 CP 216770, aggravated assault, firearm during, weapon by inmate. I thought I was talking slow enough. Sorry, Ms. Chavez. No, aggravated assault. Fire. My bad. Aggravated assault, firearm. Firearm during, weapon by an inmate. Okay. Entonces tiene 3 antecedentes, 2 condenas, encontrado culpable de conducir bajo la influencia. Un caso abierto 23 CP 216700 por agresión agravada, posesión de arma por una persona durante una delito mayor.
Go ahead, Mr. Lane.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Castillo is 45 years old.
El señor Castillo tiene 45 años, dice su abogado.
He's lived in Georgia for the last 2 years.
En los últimos 2 años ha vivido en Georgia.
He has a high school level education.
Él ha estudiado hasta la preparatoria, high school, bachillerato.
2 children aged 18 and 19, one of whom lives here in Georgia, one of whom lives in Mexico.
Tiene 2 hijos de 18 y 19 años. Uno vive aquí en Georgia, el otro vive en México.
The address on file is a good address. He lives there with his nieces, nephews, and son.
La dirección que está en el expediente es la correcta y vive con sus sobrinos, sobrinas y el hijo.
His bond is currently $25,000 good on this case.
La fianza de él son $25,000 en su caso.
I'm asking the court to reduce that bond to $10,000.
Y le estoy pidiendo a su señoría que reduzca la fianza a $10,000.
Go ahead, Mr. Malcolm.
Señor Malcolm.
Your Honor, I noticed that less than a month after he went to jail.
Quiero hacer notar, dice el fiscal Malcolm, que hace de menos de un año él fue enviado a la cárcel. Menos de un mes. The interpreter corrected herself.
He was charged with a brutal attack and assault on another inmate.
Él tiene un cargo de un ataque brutal y agravado de otra persona en la cárcel.
With a shank and stabbing the person, causing serious injuries.
Que había hecho un arma, había hecho como una cuchilla y había apuñalado a esta otra persona dándole lesiones bastante serias.
And the state requests that his bond remain the same.
Y la fiscalía está pidiendo que la fianza se mantenga igual.
No drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons.
No puede poseer drogas solo si son prescritas, no puede tomar alcohol y tampoco puede portar armas.
No contact with anyone under the age of 18.
No puede tener contacto con personas menores de 18 años.
No social media, no internet access.
No puede poseer medios sociales, no puede tener acceso a la internet.
I think one of the conditions also would be no photographs of anyone under the age of 18.
Yo creo que una de las condiciones que usted tiene es no poseer fotografías de personas menores de 18 años.
Have an ankle monitor paid for by the county with a 24-hour curfew.
Se le va a poner un grillete en el tobillo pagado por el condado. Usted va a tener, no puede salir, restricciones por 24 horas al día.
Court, lawyer, medical.
Solo puede salir para ir al tribunal, para ir a ver a su abogado o para ir a ver a algún médico.
Employment, as long as he supplies the name of his employer.
Puede salir al trabajo siempre y cuando usted notifique quién va a ser su patrono.
Place of employment.
Lugar de trabajo.
Schedule.
Su horario.
And the exact location he'll be working.
y el lugar exacto donde usted va a estar trabajando.
Previously, I had that he lived in Jonesboro, Clayton County. Is that still correct?
Anteriormente decía que usted vivía en Jonesboro, en condado de Clayton. ¿Es eso correcto?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sí, su señoría.
Stay out of Fulton County unless you're here for court or to see your lawyer.
Tiene que mantenerse alejado del condado de Fulton. Solo puede venir a Fulton si es que tiene que venir al tribunal o a ver a su abogado.
Straight to court. No gas, no stopping for anything. Straight to court and back home.
Cuando usted viene al tribunal, venga directamente al tribunal. No puede parar para poner gas o para nada. Directamente.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Lang, he has kids of his own, I think you said?
He does, Your Honor. Both are over the age of 18.
Okay, all right. Well, and obviously, unless it's children of his own, or I don't know if he has relatives, I guess, you know, and they have like grandkids or something like that, then he can obviously be around them, okay?
Si tiene familiares que tengan nietos, usted puede estar en cercanía de ellos.
$20,000 good bond. Best of luck to you, sir.
La fianza va a ser de $20,000, señor. Buena suerte.
Adios.
Your Honor, I guess we're not addressing bond on the other 3 charges this evening. Is that correct?
This is the only one I have. Does he have another case?
He's got no bond on aggravated assault, possession of a knife or firearm. That case is currently represented by the ARPD Conflict Defender's Office. I don't have the ability to speak on that case.
So it's and it's not on. I don't think it's on this calendar either.
And I don't think they filed a bond motion on that one as well.
All right, I guess
It's not a bond motion.
it'll pop up in due course, I'm sure.
Yeah. So Ms. Chavez, Mr. Lang probably wants you to tell him that he still has no bond on the other cases.
El fiscal mencionó de que si se iban a tratar los otros cargos que usted tiene, el abogado, el señor Lang, su abogado, dijo de que esos no son cargos que él tiene, sino que usted tiene otro abogado para ellos. Entonces, esos todavía, para los otros 3 cargos que usted tiene, no tiene fianza, señor.
He'll need to get in touch with the lawyer that represents him on that case and not Mr. Lang.
Tiene que usted que tratar con el abogado que lo representa en esos otros 3 casos, que no es el señor Lang.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Chavez. He can leave the booth.
Usted ya se puede ir, señor. Eso es todo por hoy. Can the interpreter be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, Ms. Chavez. Have a good weekend if I don't see you.
Thank you. You too.
All right.
Bye.
All right. All right, got Tazaria. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Gavin. 23 CP 216418 Bostic. $20,000 good bond as of February the 21st, 2023. 95 days without indictment. Got reckless conduct and discharge of firearm near a street or a public highway. Free row.
Judge, what did you say? 28?
Number 8, Gavin.
Oh, 8. 4 prior arrests, 2017, entering, purchase, manufacturing, sale of marijuana. Theft by receiving stolen property, 1 misdemeanor, nothing further.
Go ahead, Ms. Cole.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gavin is 25 years old. She's been in custody for 95 days with no indictment and no preliminary hearing. She does have a stable address. It's the address that is listed and was provided on intake. She lives there with her mother, and they have lived there for about a year, but she's been in the state of Georgia for about 11 years. She attended Art Institute of Atlanta, plans to re-enroll as soon as able once she's released. She's pursuing a degree in graphic design there and then plans to go into architecture after that. She also has a job lined up for herself at a company called PAD. They do retail and remodeling, and they travel around the U.S. to different locations doing the remodeling in different locations. She has no violent history. She does have a fairly limited history. These are both misdemeanor charges, Your Honor. She's unable to afford bond right now. I did speak to her mother. They have a program that can assist with bond. It can put up a few $100s if the mom can meet the rest of it. We're asking if the court would reduce the bond to $2,500 on each charge for a total of $5,000.
So the incident location was the address where she lives at?
Your Honor, it was a parking garage, I believe.
At that apartment complex? 2470 Cheshire Bridge? That's the
yes,
address?
Your Honor. It does appear to be the parking garage at her apartment complex. But she does live there with her mother, but she wouldn't be there full time. She's traveling around for her employment. So that would just be essentially her home base and mailing address when she's not working.
Okay. Mr. Malcolm, go ahead.
And so, Ms. Cole, are you requesting a $5,000 bond for her?
We are requesting a $5,000 total, $2,500 on each charge, or however else you want to divvy up that amount. But that would allow us a couple different resources to look into a bail project, as well as the mom is working with a different organization that helps with bond as well, and they've told her how much they can put up. And so,
and they're both still misdemeanors?
Yes, they're both still misdemeanors. They were not upgraded. They were just held in Superior Court.
All right, we'll consent to that, Your Honor.
All right. 2,500 per count. No drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons, no further contact with Deonna, I think it is, Deonnia Whitfield, Whitfield. No drugs, no alcohol, no weapons. Best of luck to you, ma'am.
And Your Honor, could you add basic life necessities on the...
Oh, I didn't do an ankle monitor.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. That concludes my business. Can I be excused?
Yes, have a good evening. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. You as well.
All right. 22, Bostic, Heather Rawlinson.
Judge, I'm sorry. Ms.
Yes,
Clark, did you put a stay away on position 8, on number 8?
No, because that's where she lives.
Oh, okay. All right. Just want to make sure. Thank you.
Lives. I'd written it down. You saw that on the piece of paper, but yes, she lives there if her mother lives. That's fine.
Okay. Got it.
All right.
Thanks, Judge.
All right, 22 CP 209836, 347 days without indictment, possession of firearm by first offender probationer, possession of Schedule 2 controlled substance, possession of firearm during the commission of a felony, giving false name, address, date of birth to law enforcement officer, $21,500 good bond. Wait a minute. Yep, okay.
Non-prior arrest, first offender probation currently for forgery in the first degree, sentence is 11/5/21 for 3 years. FTA, a couple of misdemeanors, and old cocaine, nothing further. Well, 2017 cocaine, nothing further.
All right, go ahead, Miss Cazzoli. Sorry, Miss Correa.
I'm sure the actual Miss Cazzoli would have some concerns.
Right, sorry about that.
But in regards to Mrs. Rawlinson, she is about 20 days shy of hitting 1 complete year in Fulton County custody without indictment. Her preliminary hearing was so long ago that my summer intern from last year conducted that preliminary hearing, and he just came back this week to do another summer. So she has been waiting quite some time to move forward with this case and resolve it, which is what she wants to do. At this time, Ms. Rawlinson is 33 years old. She is a lifelong resident of Georgia. The address reflected in Odyssey is her parents' address here in Stone Mountain, which is still in the Metro Atlanta area. She does have 2 children, Your Honor. At this time, given the length that Ms. Rawlinson has now been in custody, and there is no indication of any indictment in sight, I'm asking Your Honor to set a $1,000 bond on each charge, making it a $4,000 bond. Thank you, Judge.
Go ahead, Mr. Malcolm.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would consent to a $10,000 bond, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's see. All right, how about let's see. Sorry, now I'm trying to do math. All right, 3,000 count 1, 1,000 for count 2, 5,000 for count 3, and $250 for count 4. No drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. Gonna have an ankle monitor paid for by the county with a 24-hour curfew. Court, lawyer, medical, employment, as long as you supply the name of your employer, proof of employment schedule, the exact location you're going to be working. Also stay out of Fulton County except for court to see your lawyer. And on here previously I put work. So is she work in Fulton County too?
She did previously, Your Honor, but given she's been in custody for a year, that job is no longer available to her.
Do you think it might be? Do you want me to leave it in case it is?
I mean, just in case, and then if we could also have an exception for basic life necessities, such as going to the grocery store, going to the TV.
Sure, basic life necessities. She can come to Fulton County for court, see her lawyer, and since she had that job, in case she can get it back, come back to Fulton County for job, but employment only. Don't stop, don't hang out. No further contact with Erica, Erika Alston, Alston. So that's 3,000, 1,000, 5,000, and then 250. Best of luck to you, ma'am. added it to my email. I got.
Thank you, Judge.
Thanks, Milton. Have a good weekend, Milton.
I think she has one more.
I'll be right back.
She got the Garen, right? Peters.
Yes, that's
All right,
correct.
what about Curtis Smith, position 3? Curtis Smith? Oh, thank you, sir. Position 3, Bostic 23, CP 215075. Curtis Smith, 146 days without indictment. $20,000 good bond as of February the 2nd for receipt, possession, transport, and firearm by a convicted felon or felony first offender. Pre-trial.
17 prior arrests, 3 felonies, 1 armed robbery, trafficking in cocaine in 01, controlled substance in 06. A couple of misdemeanors and probation violation, nothing further.
Go ahead, Ms. Safarasi.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe both of his cases are on the calendar today.
Oh, wait a minute. Did I just? Yep, I did miss one. Sorry about that. Number 4, 23 CP 215076, 146 days without indictment, 50,000.
Guys, thank you so much for being here tonight. This has been really fun. I love playing games with you. They get better and better each time. You guys are awesome. Please keep an eye out for new videos coming, new lives, new things. I enjoy hanging out with you, and please like the video. Like another video, or go comment on another random of my videos. I don't know what YouTube Daddy wants. Anyways, I love you guys so much. It's been a great time. Happy Friday / Saturday. A new cooking show, probably. Anyways, I love you guys so much. I hope you come back and hang out with us again soon. I will talk to you later. Bye.